Good morning and welcome to the conference Charter for Wood 2.0 in Dialogue. Under the slogan Climate, Values, Resources, Wood Counts. We will be talking about political initiatives for sustainable wood use, and this year not only in Germany but also all across Europe. This event is hosted and organized by the German Federal Ministry of Food and Agriculture. We could also call it the Forestry Ministry, in cooperation with the Ministry of the state of North Rhine-Westphalia that is also in charge of forestry. And this shows the great dimension of the issues that have to do with forests, and it shows that we need to act in concert to be successful. The Charter for Wood 2.0 is a milestone in the Climate Plan 2050. In 2015 it was launched, and in 2018, we held the first conference under the motto Sustainable Construction with Wood. And in 2019, there was an event on new wood-based products. And since then, I have been passionate about materials, textile materials made from wood. In 2019, unfortunately, the event could not be held. It had to be postponed. But now we are all connected in the virtual realm. On your screens. I am very delighted about that, and this year we also want to focus on working together with our European partners. What does forests mean to us? What does it mean to me personally? Well, for me it is a space for recreation, particularly in spring when we hear the birds chirping, for example. But forests are also climate protectors. This is something that we hear sometimes, and it is also a very important source of resources. And in order to bring all of this together and to manage it sustainably, we need cooperation, we need discussion, and we need to learn from each other. And this is what it's all about today. However, before we dive in, I would like to address our keynote speakers. First up is Parliamentary State Secretary Hans-Joachim Fuchtel of the German Federal Ministry of Food and Agriculture. You have the floor. Minister Heinen-Esser, ladies and gentlemen, I am delighted about the tremendous response to this conference, and in particular, I would like to welcome the almost 60 participants from our European neighboring countries. Climate, values, resources, wood counts. This triad shows the dimension of this event for the future quite clearly, and all of you know that wood from sustainable management provides solutions for central challenges. At the moment, climate change is the major driver for political decisions at national and European level. But we have to stress it repeatedly. It is also a serious threat to our forests. Climate change confronts the forestry and wood industry all across Europe with questions that not only need to be raised but also to be heard. And I would like to stress that our life is not a dress rehearsal, but it requires action according to the principle of responsibility and not to the principle of opportunity. The lowest common denominator would therefore be too little as a result. So my first clear thesis is wood from sustainable management has the potential that we need to use for the transformation toward a bio-based circular economy. And in addition to that, in Europe, wood is also an important economic factor. In the European Union, the renewable resource wood is linked to about 8.9 million jobs and also to an annual turnover of up to 1.4 trillion euro. And for all of these reasons, it is good to take a look at other European member states, what we are doing today. And therefore, I would like to thank the representatives of the ministries in France, Sweden, and Austria for their input. Ladies and gentlemen, forests and wood. In the last 3 years, they have received unexpected attention from politics and media representatives. I come from the Black Forest region, and therefore I welcome this development because I have been accompanying this development for many years, and I know how difficult it has been to stress the importance of forests and to put it high up on the agenda. And therefore we should use this opportunity and seize this opportunity. Many things concern us, other things are encouraging. The role of the forest, their sustainable management, and the opportunities of utilization of wood will be discussed from different angles and are being discussed from different angles. And politics needs to take a holistic view of these developments. We need solutions, and we need to map out what they could look like and implement what is possible as soon as possible. Around 277,000 hectares need to be reforested, and the federal minister Klöckner, this is a very important aspect, reacted very early and launched a comprehensive support package of 1.5 billion euro in the most difficult crisis for the forestry sector. And this is linked to the principle of responsibility. Professor Schellnhuber, I am reminded and have followed your repeated urges, because you are saying that without forest contribution, climate warming cannot be stopped across the globe. And this is a very clear statement and leads me to my second proposition, because it is for this reason that the IPCC identifies sustainable forest management as one of the most cost-effective measures for climate change mitigation. But not all actors are aware of this. So within the context and against the background of these discussions, we need to raise awareness for this topic. I would now like to address a current topic, our current situation. The situation in the forestry and wood industry seems bizarre, not only for external parties. There are different approaches and solutions and statements. And on the one hand, we see that damages in forests lead to an oversupply and a price drop on the raw wood market. And on the other hand, we see a recovery of the all-time low that we experienced over the last years in forest ownership. But going beyond the sawmill, so to speak, we see scarcity and enormous price increases on the market for wood construction products. Several effects apply simultaneously here. There is a strong demand, a strong domestic demand that coincides with an internationally increased demand for sawn timber for construction, especially from the US. But at the same time, the production capacity of the sawmilling industry are fully taken up. So all in all, this development shows one thing quite clearly. There is a demand for wood. And we need to address this question, the question how to place this resource on the market and how to make positive statements regarding wood. Statements that don't lead to people turning to other building and construction materials. Wood-based textiles, chemicals, and materials for lightweight production are currently conquering the market. This is an additional positive aspect that I would like to stress. And I also welcome the fact that the German federal government, the German federal parliament commissioned a new building with 400 offices in modern modular construction. And this shows how important it is, and it shows that we are serious about this issue. The initiative of the European Commission for a new European Bauhaus is another example, and Professor Schellnhuber raised this idea and contributed significantly to this development of this strategy. So thank you very much. Ladies and gentlemen, we need to ensure that future generations will be able to use wood sustainably and efficiently. And therefore, I would also like to mention the National Forest Summit that took place last year, where our federal minister presented a model that contains climate-adapted measures and includes the forest and wood industry and is supposed to reward people working in these industries. It is striving for climate stability and also for active CO2 sequestration from the atmosphere by storing it in forests. In order to implement and realize all of this, several steps still need to be taken. But if we don't take the first step, then we will never start the process. And we hope that this will also receive a positive response from society and will be backed up by population. So there are many opportunities on the market, as I mentioned, and we need to show perspectives. And of course, it is also important that policymakers act at all levels and do not allow the discontinuation of sustainable forest management. Because unfortunately, we see some of these developments all across the globe. The demand, we also need to be able to meet the demand with imports, with domestic production, and it should not be met with imports from third parties that have lower standards. So sustainably using wood means to take a comprehensive stance. And this is also what characterizes this dialogue process of the Charter for Wood 2.0. Dr. Müller will present this charter later on, but I would just like to anticipate one figure. The BMEL does not want to blow its own trumpet, but since the charter has been launched in the last 4 years, more than 550 research and development projects have been supported with about 175 million euro. And the federal German states also play a decisive role here. And I think that my colleague from the federal state of North Rhine-Westphalia will address this topic later on. Thank you very much for being a partner in this event, and thank you for your attention. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Mr. Fuchtel, for your welcoming remarks, and thank you for your input. We will have the opportunity in a bit to discuss some of the aspects you mentioned in more detail. Before we do that, we will hear welcoming remarks by Ms. Ursula Heinen-Esser, Minister for Environment, Agriculture, Nature Conservation and Consumer Protection of the federal state of North Rhine-Westphalia, a pioneering state in a way because of the Pro-Holz initiative, but Ms. Heinen-Esser will go into more detail. You have the floor. Thank you very much and good morning. Parliamentary State Secretary Fuchtel, Mr. Linz, Member of the European Parliament, Professor Schellnhuber, ladies and gentlemen, I am delighted to be here with you, at least virtually, and to deliver my welcoming address. Unfortunately, only digitally from Düsseldorf and not from our representation in Berlin. Allow me to follow the example from Mr. Fuchtel. A very warm welcome to our partners and friends from our European partner countries. this topic connects us beyond borders, and I do believe that we can apply in Germany and we can learn from what you are doing in your countries. That is why I am delighted to and look forward to exchanging experiences with you. We were supposed to meet in the representation of North Rhine-Westphalia in Berlin. Well, things are different now, and it is a pity in a way. Of course, it's nice to meet in person and face-to-face, but it is also a pity because the building itself is linked to the topic we are discussing today. Because the representation is mainly built of wood, of course, some steel and glass as well, and concrete for the cellars. But the main material is the parabolic facade made of wood, which makes the building appealing and light. And light it is indeed. This is not just a buzzword. In fact, the building is 50% lighter than buildings of a similar size. In 2003, the new build, planned by the Düsseldorf architects Petinka and Pink, was awarded the German Wood Construction Prize. And by the way, 1 year later, we also were awarded the German Steel Construction Prize. So you can clearly see we are using different materials and connect them. So, on your next trip to Berlin, I would like to invite you to visit our representation. There is also a very nice cafeteria. But let's move on to today's topic. Over the last couple of weeks or even years in North Rhine-Westphalia, we have seen enormous forest damages. For 3 years, we have seen droughts, storms, the bark beetle, and this has, of course, destroyed and harmed our forests tremendously. However, these forest damages also led to the fact that sawmills had a lot to do, as Mr. Fuchtel already said. Timber is more valuable than ever before. I just attended a materials summit together with the building minister and the Minister for Economic Affairs because we wouldn't have imagined the situation on the market to be as it currently is. Timber prices as well as raw timber prices are increasing again. So this, of course, helps our owners of forests. That is only half the story, however. The development on the market for timber products, the scarcity that is linked to that, is of course a threat to our economic recovery after tackling the pandemic. Because safeguarding the more raw material supply and functioning supply chains with wood and timber products is key for domestic value creation. We can no longer afford bottlenecks in supplies, so we are doing our utmost to counteract this development. What is more, together with the Federal Minister of Economic Affairs, Mr. Altmaier, we have agreed to address the topic of the market situation at the next Ministers' Conference in mid-June, because it depends on the players on the market. Hence, we need a dialogue amongst each other. This is a challenge we can only tackle together. So some of us might actually need to use wood that is infested by the bark beetle. This timber is still stable. There is no difference in this sense, but people just don't like to use it. But if this leads to the fact that forest owners can actually save, or rather fell their healthy timber, well, that is a bad development. That's bad for the forests and for the entire sector. Ladies and gentlemen, climate change, of course, is the most urgent challenge we are facing after tackling the COVID-19 pandemic. And even while tackling the COVID-19 pandemic, climate change is also a pressing matter. We have seen a downward trend of emissions due to the pandemic, but that is not a real development. We must be very clear on this. This will probably only be an outlier in the development of emissions. Forest management and timber use can be a significant contribution against global warming. Without forests, without functioning and efficient forests, we will not be able to stop global warming. That is not only the conviction of the IPCC, but it is also a conviction that has spread recently. Fortunately so. Professor Schellnhuber, you will address this issue later, I believe. The Climate Change Act by the federal government, so thank you to Berlin, puts emphasis on the contribution of natural ecosystems to climate stewardship. Forests and bogs are natural carbon storage spaces, natural sinks. We have a double positive effect for climate stewardship and also protecting biodiversity. That is why we work towards using these carbon sinks, but also the recreational aspect is key. So, a big thank you to Federal Minister Julia Klöckner, and I would like to ask you, State Secretary, to send my best regards to her. We had the National Forest Summit, and the Federal Minister presented the approach for tackling this double function, how we can use it. We in North Rhine-Westphalia have been committed to such a system for a long time, and we are delighted and glad that the federal government is addressing this issue now and will implement it. So thank you for that. And I wish you all fruitful discussions and very lively debates. And I would like to hand over back to Ms. Illis.
Heinen-Esser auch für die Einladung.
Thank you very much, Ms. Heinen-Esser, also for the invitation to come to Düsseldorf to your federal state representation. And we will later on come together again for our discussion. But now we will hear our keynote speech, the keynote speech given by Professor Hans-Joachim Schellnhuber that has been mentioned so many times now. Most of you might know him. He's the founder and former director of the Potsdam Institute for Climate Impact Research, and he will talk about climate change as a driver for the transformation of the economy and society. Thank you, Professor Schellnhuber. You have the floor. Thank you very much. Good morning. I hope that you can all hear me well. I am joining you virtually from Potsdam, and I am delighted to join this conference that is with so many other pioneers, such as State Secretary Fuchtel and other players. I would like to embed this whole issue in the context of climate change. Climate change and the forgotten great transformation. We need several transformations, of course, in the energy sector, in the generation of electricity, but the built environment is the decisive factor here, actually. So we need a combined transformation, so to speak, of the forestry and the construction industry. And that is what I wanted to talk about. I will try to move the presentation and skip to the next slide. Yes, it worked. It has already been mentioned. The climate crisis is of great significance, and it poses a threat to the entire society and to the next generation. Here you can see the final scene of the climate summit in 2015. And the result of this conference was to limit the temperature rise to below 1.5 degrees Celsius. This is a global agreement, and it is also constitutional law. Why was this adopted? Well, based on scientific results, and I would like to explain this to you in this context. So let's continue with my presentation. Well, first of all, how far away are we from this decisive figure? On the left-hand side here, you can see an illustration that shows that in 2020 compared to the year 2016, the climate anomaly is quite striking here. So we have almost reached this barrier, this decisive barrier. So it is high time to change our behavior. And this is also the justification for this 1.5 or 2 degrees Celsius. Here you can see an illustration that I did for a meeting. It shows the tipping elements in our world. Several components of the Earth system will be tipped. For example, the Great Barrier Reef, the Amazon rainforest, the ice sheets will start to melt, and our world would change fundamentally. So our environment that led to the emergence of Homo sapiens and the foundation and of human civilization, all of this would disappear. And this is what we are risking at the moment. And here you can see a summary that I published in a publication with some colleagues some time ago. So we can see here when we would reach the tipping points. You can see the Paris range here, that is the gray bar in the middle between 1.5 and 2 degrees Celsius. And even if we were able to stop global warming at 1.5 degrees Celsius, we would lose great parts of the coral reefs, and our ice shields would melt. But if we were to exceed this 1.5 degrees Celsius, we would see further melting, for example, of the Arctic winter sea ice, and this would increase to this would lead to an increase of our oceans and our sea level, and we don't want to imagine that. And I showed you these tipping elements because the Federal Constitutional Court published a justification, and you can see here this phenomenon of the tipping elements, and the publications is taken into account explicitly for this decision that was taken by the Federal Constitutional Court. And this is an encouraging sign that scientific proof, and we saw this also in the coronavirus pandemic, provides guidance for political action at the highest level. It has also been mentioned by State Secretary Fuchtel and by Minister Heinen-Esser why and how we can stop this global warming developments. And this has to do with the fact that on the one hand, of course, we need to decarbonize with the means that are available to us. And here you can see also the results from a publication from a few years ago. There's an exponential decline of the emissions until 2050. But what will also be decisive, if we continue with the next slide, I don't know how to skip to the next slide here. Nothing's happening at the moment. Okay, so now it's working. But let me go back just one more slide. Small technical issues. So this green circle that you can see here is very important in this context. This is a result published by the IPCC. So decarbonization will not suffice. This is the result. We need to massively strengthen our natural carbon sinks. So what does carbon sinks mean? It could be anything, and I will show you in a second. Namely, the IPCC explicitly mentions that we need negative emissions. So not only do we need to reduce the negative emissions to zero, the positive emissions to zero, we also need negative emissions. And this leads me to my next chart, to my next slide. Here on the right-hand side, on the bottom, we see the great contribution that negative emissions can make. But how can we achieve this situation? There are buzzwords such as carbon capture storage. Of course, forestry and the wood industry play an important role here. So technical processes, cleansing the bioatmosphere, all of this is important, but the most important point is the sustainable management of renewable resources, for example, construction with wood. And this is not being taken into account here. And this brings me to my next slide. So let's now address the elephant in the climate room, so to speak, because in our societies and all around the globe, we are talking about emissions in air traffic, but we are not addressing the about 40% of global greenhouse gas emissions that are a result of the construction of buildings, so our built environment. So we have not yet addressed this problem in detail. And the way we are constructing buildings, the materials we are using, how we are using these buildings, and the recycling of these buildings that have been torn down, all of this is the elephant in the climate room. And if we do not address this elephant in the room, then we will not be able to succeed in our goal to achieve limiting the temperature rise. And you can see a double slogan here, a double motto: reforesting the planet and retimbering the city. This is part of a presentation that I held a couple of weeks ago. So we need to construct our built environment with natural resources, but of course this needs the supply side as well. So we need to ensure that we have sustainable renewable resources and produce them sustainably as well. Next slide, please. And last year we published a pioneering work in Nature Stability. It's called Buildings as a Global Carbon Sink. So using organic architecture, so to speak, and use these buildings as a very potent carbon sink, and thereby redeeming ourselves and changing what we have done to our natural environment in the past years. Global population is increasing. More than 2 billion people will populate the planet in the future, or 2 additional billion people will populate the planet in the future. And if we were to use 10% of wood in our construction, then we would be able to decrease our emissions significantly. However, if we were to use 90% of wood in our construction, hemp, bamboo, wood, etc., then we would not only prevent the emission of these greenhouse gas emissions, but we would also sequester carbon from, fix carbon from the atmosphere. So only by using different building materials we would make such a huge difference. And this is, of course, a great possibility. It is the win-win strategy that we have been looking for such a long time. And no one has been looking for this strategy in the past, with a few exceptions maybe. So this looks like quite a complex model, but simplified, it means that the additional CO2 emissions that are emitted to the atmosphere, that they would be taken up by these carbon pumps, also by sustainable forest management, also by using wood construction materials, also by using wood in buildings that can stand for very long times, and also recycling these materials and afforestation. Afforestation of degraded areas in 100 or 200 years would make a significant contribution to the cleansing of our atmosphere. And in the short term, it would lead to the prevention of further emissions from the construction energy. So there is a preventive function, but also the function of fixing carbon emissions. There's also a debate on the forestry sector. There are different research projects that we have launched, but in short, in the Northern Hemisphere, we won't have that many problems with short-term emissions because our forest areas, our woodlands, will increase in the future. For example, in China, the great problem is the global south, where forest areas are degraded massively. And from a climate and species conservation standpoint, this is a disaster. There need to be national discussions about this topic. Next slide. Just one example that shows that there is hope. On the left-hand side, you can see a plateau in China in 2007, and on the right-hand side, you see a green landscape, and this is 2019. And this is the Sinai Peninsula. This is an ambitious project. Of course, it is a vision. It is a project that strives to regreen this area. So on the right-hand side, you see the projections for the future. On the left-hand side, we see patterns of old river systems. So you can see that it would be possible to renaturate these areas and regreen them, and thus also produce renewable resources. And this would, of course, benefit the Egyptian economy. So what kind of wood do we have in Germany? This is what you can see here. Next slide shows what's important, and this is how we use our woods. We have wood-based materials, we have pulp and also mechanical wood pulp, and bioenergy. And here you can see a development that concerns me personally. You can see that in 1990 the material use dominated. The energetic use has caught up in the meantime and is currently even exceeding the material use of wood. So if wood is burned, CO2 goes back into the atmosphere, but if you fix these carbon emissions in buildings, then you have a circular economy. So material use needs to dominate, for example, by the use of wood in the construction sector. So to burn wood is a mistake. Here you can see the cascade use. So if we burn wood, then we have a very long cascading use, or we should have a long cascading use over several decades. This is the Ultima ratio. And let's continue with the next slide. This brings me to the initiative that has already been mentioned, that was launched 2 years ago, a non-profit GmbH, Bauhaus for the Earth, And you can see a press article here that was published recently by me in the newspaper Frankfurter Allgemeine. So we want to bring back the Bauhaus movement. This is just a picture to show the Bauhaus movement from the past, and these are the participants of our vision Bauhaus for the Earth. For example, Monika Grütters, State Minister for Culture, then Manja Schüle as Minister for Research and Development. And we also mentioned lightweight construction, so they are very famous architects that are part of our groups, intellectuals, Walter Gropius, for example, and also artists such as Volker Schönhoff, etc. So this is the new circle of people. And this brings me to my last slide. This movement was also heard at European level, due to the context that we have at European level, of course, and I was delighted when Ursula von der Leyen, in her State of the Union address, presented an initiative that surprised many, which is a new European Bauhaus strategy. So a green Bauhaus movement at European level as well, that will serve as a role model for the entire globe, but that will also be a movement that brings forth the knowledge and experience from all over the world and tries to bring it together and link it to our European traditions. I believe that it is an initiative that will change the world, and I am very thankful to Ursula von der Leyen for launching this initiative. So finally, after 100 years, we have started a debate again on how the construction sector, with support from the forestry industry, can address the issue of wood, thus securing our civilization. Thank you very much for your attention.
Thank you, Professor Schellnhuber, for your comprehensive and clear presentation. I always admire your very calm presentation when presenting these issues. We will have the opportunity later to go into more detail and hear more of you. Now, let's move on to the next keynote. Indeed, we are looking at the European level now. I can announce the next speaker, Norbert Linz, member of the European Parliament and chair of the Committee on Agriculture and Rural Development. Mr. Linz, you have the floor. Thank you very much. And good morning from Strasbourg. For the first time in 1.5 years, we are back again in Strasbourg in our actual seat. And you see from my way of speaking that I'm not, my home is not far from Mr. Fuchtel's home. So my best regards also to Ms. Ursula Heinen-Esser and Professor Schellnhuber. I can clearly tell you that the Bauhaus project is not only something presented by Ursula von der Leyen. I, as the chair of the committee in the Parliament, are engaging in a lively exchange with the commissioners, and we want to make this a successful project at EU level, and we want to give it content while advancing this topic. Also, with the help of the European Parliament, ladies and gentlemen, I would like to present you a couple of interesting figures. The European Union is responsible for 8% of global greenhouse gas emissions, and our forests store roughly 10% of that. These are two small figures, but they are key indeed. And they show that climate stewardship can only work globally. And secondly, we need our forests to mitigate climate change successfully. And I'm delighted to be here to speak on the Charter for Wood 2.0. I'm chair of the Committee on Agriculture in the European Parliament, and of course the topic of climate stewardship and sustainable agriculture and forestry is on the top of my agenda every day. I'm always very excited about this sector because it is the only one that can naturally bind carbon and contributes to climate stewardship automatically, but I'm always surprised to see how little this is honored, this service to the environment. That is why I very much welcome the initiative by Federal Minister Julia Klöckner regarding the rewards for climate services, and also the contribution by Minister Heinen-Esser from North Rhine-Westphalia. This initiative, Charter for Wood 2.0, clearly shows the enormous potential of the comprehensive use of timber and the sustainable management. It has already been mentioned in the previous keynotes and remarks. I would like to address the global perspective of climate stewardship. Professor Schellnhuber has already addressed it. We see that achieving the very ambitious climate targets and objectives by the European Union is both a challenge regarding economic and technological obstacles to be tackled and society's acceptance. We need an enormous effort. Global climate stewardship requires a global effort. We need to be ambitious but also realistic. I therefore advocate, especially now, a transatlantic Green Deal together with the new US administration. That would be our goal. Those who can do it must pave the way, and of course also those who cause climate change. Regarding carbon emissions, China is second to none. Then there's the US, China, and Russia. 15 tons of carbon per capita in the US, and in the EU it's 8.5 tons. So it is really a question of political systems whether we can move on climate change. What is key is that we close ranks across the Atlantic. We need to transfer know-how and expertise, and we need to implement climate-friendly technologies in practice. With the new US administration and the new US President, Joe Biden, we have new perspectives, and this is an enormous impetus and momentum we can feel. It is clear that we must seize this opportunity, and we also must rethink climate diplomacy. Two aspects are key. First of all, the EU needs a EU climate and energy ambassador, just like representatives of other partners in the US, for example, John Kerry, and then Alok Sharma as the COP26 president in the UK. They are committed to international global stewardship. And secondly, it has already been mentioned, in every trade agreement we must also implement binding climate stewardship measures. This is elementary for climate stewardship, but also for our competitiveness. This is also key for forest management and timber trade. Whenever we need to import timber, this is also detrimental to climate and the European timber industry. It has already been mentioned by Parliamentary State Secretary Fuchtel. Let me move on to a second aspect, European climate and forest policy. You know that there is a lot going on at the moment, and we have great expectations regarding the Fit for 55 package, as well as the new EU forest strategy in order to actually implement the Green Deal. The new climate change law gives us a clear framework until 2030. A reduction of at least 55% of greenhouse gas emissions in comparison to 1990. For the first time, I would like to stress, we are using carbon sinks in the forestry and agricultural sectors. I very much welcome this new step. It is a European climate policy based on science, and also including measures to store carbon. These are real climate stewardship measures. In my opinion, this is long overdue. We need to reward the efforts by the agricultural and forestry sectors. We also need to give incentives for storing carbon in forests. We need to invest in sustainable forestry. And I would also urge the member states to not only take these efforts for granted, but also to reward these services with a corresponding price tag. So let me also mention again the federal minister's efforts in this respect. What is key is that we flesh out the land use change and forestry sectors and carbon farming. We need to make clear that incentives need to be there. We need to promote climate-friendly measures in the forestry and agriculture sectors. Let me just mention, forests are multifunctional. They are a place for nature and biodiversity. They have good air and they are a place of recreation, as well as the economy. A future EU forest strategy must respect these multiple uses of forests and support this, as well as support sustainable forestry management. Now, sustainably managed forests are better for biodiversity, carbon binding, and our bioeconomy. Why? First of all, they store large amounts of carbon in wood and the soil. But old forests don't store as much carbon, but a strongly growing forest can do that. That's better. And secondly, it takes a long time. It is not clear how securely stored carbon is. Once we fell the trees, or if trees fall victim to climate change due to storms and so on, of course the carbon re-enters the air. And thirdly, the question is, what can sustainable forest use and management do, and how can we create this, increase the sink function? We need proper reforestation, climate-adapted tree species, and a proper combination of tree species. But only healthy trees and forests can contribute to biodiversity and climate stewardship. We need the right management in order to do that. And thirdly, we need more energetic and, of course, material use of timber and wood. This, of course, is good for the climate goals of the EU and also for the energy transition. The substitution effects are clear for carbon storage. If we replace concrete and steel as building materials by wood, it has been said, we can significantly cut carbon emissions even before they occur, because carbon is stored in the long term in timber. This is a win-win situation, it has been mentioned. In order to strengthen this wood use and forest management, timber must have a price, it has been mentioned. We need a competitive sector, forestry sector in Europe. And I'm committed to this future forest strategy and supporting people who work in this sector. The new strategy should therefore strike a balance between ecological, social, and economic sustainability. We can replace fossil materials, we can store carbon. We have 3 million jobs there. And especially during the pandemic, forests have been a place of recovery, of mental recovery. Let me just say a few words on the European biodiversity strategy. The Parliament only just adopted its position. The question is, how can we reconcile ecological and economic aspects? Because after all, it's our farmers, our foresters, our fishermen that have been working on fields and forests and ponds and lakes for centuries. And they work on a daily basis to preserve and protect the biological diversity. So we need cooperative solutions rather than just regulations. We need more incentives to create more acceptance among farmers and foresters. We want a good cooperation between the agricultural sector as well as environmental association and society. This gives us also space for more nature conservation and sustainable agriculture. We need to protect our forests through management, and I look forward to our conversation now. I'm sure that we will all agree that sustainable forest management is key. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Mr. Linz. So now we have heard all of the perspectives, the federal government, the federal states, and also Europe's position. And I think that we have heard quite extensively how things should be done and implemented. Now I would like to ask all of you, what do you expect from market participants? What is your political stance on that? The State Secretary should speak first, I think. Well, of course, then I will briefly sum it up. I expect that market participants are open toward the use of wood, because in Germany we have not yet achieved what is the standard in other European countries, what Mr. Linz might know. The positive development, the positive use of wood not only as a carbon sink, but also as building material in architecture. So we don't see this openness yet in Germany. And there's also a lack of openness from the side of architects and constructors, for example, to use calamity wood. This would decrease also the pressure on prices, for instance. So I expect from market participants, architects, construction companies to be open towards the use of wood as a construction material and use it more actively than they do today. We also need to go beyond the pilot projects of nice apartment buildings made of wood that serve as examples. We need to escalate this. State Secretary Fuchtel. Yes, I would like to simply add to what has already been said. We need to transmit this sense of sitting in one boat and fleshing it out. Sometimes I ask myself why not even some regions manage to forge agreements on using wood in a certain region in order to send out a clear signal. So this is a very clear sector where we have a problem. And we also need to start with children's education. We need to show them what wood can be used for. And we also need cooperations, partnerships, bring children, for example, to sawmills so that they can see the production there. And vocational training, for example, needs to be strengthened there. There's a lack of carpenters, for example, here in Germany. Quite a reduced numbers of carpenters, for example, in my region, the Black Forest region. So we need to start in schools, in training centers. And I think this would be quite a good idea. And then the next step would be to address architects. For example, regarding the supply with woods and the implementation of wood as a construction material is an issue. The supply is not always secured, and therefore architects shy away from using wood as a construction material. So if architects and construction companies don't know if they will receive the necessary supply in due time, of course they are reluctant to use it. So here we need better coordination and cooperation. And it is also about increasing the share of waste wood, for example, the processing of waste wood, in order to actually achieve a true circular economy. And of course, taking up innovations. So at the moment we are coming up with new methods, but this needs courageous innovations for the future. And this also has to do a lot with our programs and initiatives in order to make a contribution at national and European level. I would like to talk about the forestry and wood industries, but at the moment we are talking about society. So therefore I would like to ask you, do you have a clear vision? Are there programs, initiatives for consumers, starting with children, and ranging from one sector to different sectors, that are quite reluctant to use wood? Should I start? Well, there are different initiatives in our federal state, for example, Pro Holz, where we bring all stakeholders to the table, thus trying to use the construction material wood to bring it more to the attention of people. Also, our consumer protection organization is supporting us here. Our Minister for Building is also taking part in these initiatives. She has a very great interest in cooperating more with construction companies that use wood. So there is a great number of initiatives that we have launched in our federal state. And we hope that we will be able to implement it at great scale. But frankly speaking, at the moment, we are not there yet. There is still a lot of ground to cover. Okay, so let's take a look at the forestry and wood industry. The new forest strategy has just been mentioned. Maybe we can go into more detail here. What are the expectations? Who would like to give an answer? Well, the expectation is clear. We need to focus on reforestation and need to support those strategies that provide us with a security, that give us a guarantee that are resilient to threats. This has to do with beetle infestation, for instance, or other threats that our forests are facing. So we need to take very important steps here in order to sustainably use and process wood. Mr. Linz, would you like to make a contribution, or should I continue? One thing is clear. Our forests need to be restructured. My colleague, Mr. Fuchtel, just mentioned this. We need climate-stable forests. What does this mean? This means that we need to shift away from softwood forests because they don't work anymore. Given the future droughts that we will certainly face. We are working on that also with different tools, with funds that the federal government is making available to us. It is remarkable what the federal government has earmarked for the federal states, the support that they have given us and are giving us. So we need stable mixed forests that can cope better with the climatic situation. But we need more appreciation for forests, because our greatest concern is that our forest farmers will give up. they might say, well, the forests were grown over the last decades, but in the last 3 years they have been damaged or destroyed. So we need to ensure that they can make an income. It does not simply suffice to have beautiful forests. Our forest farmers, forest owners need to be able to make a profit from their property. So we need to address not only climate change mitigation, but also the generation of incomes. Mr. Linz, would you like to make a contribution as well? Yes, thank you very much. On the one hand, I would just like to add something to what the Parliamentary State Secretary said. Afforestation with climate-adapted tree species. Sometimes I feel that this is an ideological debate. Some people say that some tree species should not be used even though they have been endemic for centuries. I don't think that this will lead to the results that we want to see. It is important that management of these forests is guaranteed. So leaving the forests to themselves does not really lead to the objectives that we would like to see. If we want to use wood increasingly, then of course we need increased woodlands and we need to have more forests. So we need to ensure that forests and trees can grow, and that we use tree species that deliver the wood after several decades that we need. I come from a region in Germany where we have small plots of forests, so less than 1 hectare of forest, for example. So this means that, at least in my region, we need to ensure that these small forest owners are able to manage their small plots of land, of forests. So these very much fragmented forest areas need to be managed, and we need to support the management of these forests. It is always very helpful to hear these different experiences on these topics. Mr. Fuchtel, I would like to come back to something you said at the beginning. You said that for our life on Earth, or that our life on Earth is not a dress rehearsal, that we need to take responsibility. But when it comes to responsibility, there's always a lot of finger pointing. And we have a full circle there, not in the sense of a circular economy. So how can we actually implement this principle of responsibility in practice? How can it be effective? Well, this can only be successful if we agree on certain criteria, that there's agreement to these criteria, and that these criteria are then fleshed out in detail in order to find solutions. Only by doing that we can be successful. We have seen in the past in our initiatives at national level that they have only been successful if we worked in that manner. So in order to promote our initiatives at national level, if we take this approach, then we are successful. So we need to approach each other and draw solutions from this cooperation. For example, there is the Borchardt Commission that addresses a very different political topic. And with this commission, we achieved much more than with very different approaches that we had taken in the past. So it seems to me that the discussions in the past have concentrated too little on new approaches and initiatives. And for example, what Federal Minister Klöckner raised, rewarding forest owners, this is also very important. So implementing this is necessary. And find a consensus within society. The issue is that many people only see black or white. They don't see the whole spectrum of colors in between. So many people don't have the motivation to participate in these initiatives, and we need to overcome this. Even if the road is difficult, you can be successful and reach the destination that you would like to reach. A final question for all of you. Unfortunately, you won't be with us this afternoon because you have other responsibilities to attend to. So we have this Charter for Wood 2.0. We have had this for the last 4 years, and now taking a look at the future. From your point of view, if you had to sum up what has been achieved and what needs to be the next step, what would you say? Well, our achievements, we have achieved that the concept of sustainability has been understood in relation to wood. And also a lot of research has been done, and it has been realized that there is a need for this research. And I personally am very much convinced that we need to continue on this path and that we need to advance and more quickly implement these research projects in practice. We have made much headway here, but we still need to do more. I believe that in our current legislative period, we have achieved a lot with regard to wood and also using wood as a construction material. Our federal government has made a lot of headway here, has put this issue on the top of the agenda. What we need to do now in the future is what I mentioned in my welcoming speech. We need to implement these measures at a larger scale, use and face these challenges. If we want to actually achieve our sustainability criteria, then we need to escalate the issue of wood use in the construction sector. But first of all, I would like to thank the federal government, the minister, the state secretary for this initiative. Well, I can only add to that. My federal state, my home country, so to speak, Baden-Württemberg, we just completed the coalition negotiations and supported the wood construction initiative there. And at European level, I believe that there is one very important project, the revision of the LULUCF initiative, the land use change initiative. I believe that this would support the use of wood, especially the material use of wood, if we were able to implement this at European level. Thank you very much to all of you. Much success in your future work for wood, for the Charter for Wood. And now I would like to wish you a great day.
Temperaturen.
Ladies and gentlemen, now we will have 2 presentations to go into more detail, but before we do that, I would like to give you some information. So first of all, the chat is now open, so you now have the opportunity to ask your questions there. We would like to ask you to state your name, your organization, your institute, or your company, and who you are addressing your question to. So that is for us to get some order into things. There has already been a question. Will Professor Schellnhuber's presentation be online? And the answer is yes. There will be a link to the material. Now, I would like to remind you that today, or rather after today, there will be an excursion. It is currently only possible virtually. There will be a walk through Berlin focusing on wood and timber. You are very much invited to join in tomorrow from 2 to 3:30. Now we will hear Ms. Müller. I am delighted to announce Dr. Eva-Ursula Müller from the Federal Ministry of Food and Agriculture. She is the head of the Director General for Forest, Sustainability and Renewable Raw Materials. So she has great expertise in this field, and she will go into more detail. You have the floor. Thank you very much. Good morning to everyone. Ladies and gentlemen, Mr. Kaiser, regards to you to Vienna. I would like to give you a short overview over the objectives and the implementation of the Charter for Wood 2.0. Before we will hear more about what North Rhine-Westphalia is doing and many other European countries are doing, climate change. That's the big topic, the buzzword, and all policy fields are currently discussing solutions to mitigate climate change and to also reduce the dependence on fossil and mineral raw materials. What does that imply? Well, we need to move towards a bio-based and a society based on renewable resources and energies. Germany does not have many raw materials. Wood and timber is our most important renewable resource. But Germany as a location for industry and business is seen mainly as a country of the automotive industry, engineering, chemical engineering and electrical engineering. But 1/3 of our total area is covered with forests. That's 11.4 million hectares. That is quite a lot in a densely populated country as Germany. The sustainable management of forests, well, we are doing well here. We have 3.9 billion cubic meters in timber stocks, spearheading in Europe. Roughly 70 million cubic meters were used over the last years on average, and we have about 1 million employees in the forest and wood cluster, as well as a turnover is more than 100 billion euros. So that is a tremendous amount. Sustainable forest management, as well as the smart use of wood, have an enormous potential for climate stewardship, for preserving finite resources, and of course for value creation. However, not everyone is aware of this, and some even have doubts. Therefore, it was very important and an important step in the right direction to develop this Charter for Wood within the Climate Action Plan 2050 of the federal governments. It is a milestone for achieving our climate stewardship goals. Based on this, measures are to be developed to contribute to the sustainable use of timber in order to achieve our climate stewardship goals. For us as the Ministry in charge of forests, we have a clear mandate within the Climate Action Plan. It is also our ambition, our motivation, to focus more clearly on the potential of wood. This plan explicitly demands for the dovetailing of the climate services by forests as well as sustainable forest management with the requirements for resource and material efficiency. These topics are currently coming to the attention of people due to the acute impact of climate change on forests and, of course, in global supply chains and the dependence on them. The 3 targets of the Charter for Wood reflect a comprehensive approach. It follows our conviction that the topics of climate stewardship, resource conservation, and value creation cannot be viewed in isolation but jointly. Over the whole range of possible topics of wood use, it was necessary to identify needs for action and fields of action that we would want to address as a priority. As a result, we have identified 6 fields of action and 1 cross-sectoral issue within the Charter. First of all, it is about using wood in urban and rural construction as a key option for binding carbon in the long run, and to replace building materials with adverse ecological effects. In addition, the potential of wood in the bioeconomy, especially by finding new ways of utilizing hardwood and presenting or illustrating the ecological advantages of wood-based products. Then, of course, the topic of material and energy efficiency is a key challenge in expanding the circular economy and optimizing the energy use. Forests and wood as resources, as a basis for supplying our society and our economy with renewable raw materials. The requirements of forest and within the forest and wood cluster, and to better use the potential of cooperation within the value chain. And then there is the perception of forests and wood within society. We need to increase the understanding and acceptance of sustainable forestry and wood use. And research and development, as has been said, is a cross-cutting topic that applies to all 6 fields of action. The Charter for Wood, however, was not supposed to strengthen one commitment of our ministry regarding the use of wood. The challenge is, for example, in including other stakeholders and policymakers. The Charter, from the very beginning, was considered as the framework for engaging in a dialogue, not only limited to written statements of intent, because a constructive dialogue requires way more than that. We need different expert knowledge and competences from administration, science, industry, in order to look at topics from different angles and to get knowledge and experiences involved in the process. This approach is not only secured with our working groups, but also with the steering group. But it is also carried out within status conferences, workshops, technical talks, lecture series, and of course also this event series, Charter for Wood in Dialogue. This process is underpinned by technical and consumer information, for example, by publications by the Agency for Renewable Resources, within the project funding, or evaluations by the Thunen Institute. As has been said, this is the 4th year of the implementation of the Charter. And I would like to give you 5 examples of what we have achieved so far. First of all, we were quick to realize that the mix of competences and the regular exchange of experience and opinions itself has an enormous value. It helps us in finding solutions, in understanding different points of view, in developing ideas and measures together. And this exchange of experiences results in key new insights for a targeted and practical gauging of research promotion. It also gives us an impetus, or rather gives impetus to different stakeholders within the cluster. And secondly, research, development, and knowledge transfer. Those are key drivers for innovation and policy advice. It is only with solid scientific knowledge and based on science-based arguments can solutions be made visible and necessary changes be attained. The funding by the ministry speaks for itself. We have seen 550 projects with support of roughly 175 million euros. And the third aspect, the Charter has changed our perception, our awareness of wood in other programs and strategies by the federal government, but it is also reflected increasingly in strategy documents by other partners. And the number of advocates who support the target set out in the Charter is growing. Moving on to the fourth aspect, we have seen a boost in wood-based construction at the national level as well as at the level of federal states and municipalities. It was possibly also due to the political momentum and the strategic framework of the Charter for Wood, as well as the network that boosted this, supported with targeted measures in terms of research and development, knowledge transfer, and policy advice. Federal states and municipalities have recognized that you shouldn't thwart climate-friendly construction based on wood, but recognizing the opportunities. There has been a run on our seminar series, Wood-Based Construction in Public Spaces, which is proof of that. And the building codes of the Länder of the federal states are and have been adapted to the current state of technology. In terms of multi-story building in urban areas, we have seen that wood-based construction is gaining ground after regulatory obstacles have been removed. We, as the Ministry, only have a limited scope of action. However, we are in a close dialogue with the responsible Ministry of Building. We focus on stronger reflecting climate stewardship in criteria for sustainable construction and working on proposals for embodied energy and storing biogenic carbon in the construction of building and how that can be rewarded. We are also working on a joint concept which thrives to remove unjustified obstacles in wood-based construction. And we also want to underline the leadership, the pioneering role of the federal government. Moving on to the fifth aspect. A key pillar of the toolbox of the Charter is recognizing and discussing trends and tendencies. Urban mining, cradle to cradle, or maybe just showing the new and maybe surprising fields of application of wood in textiles, cosmetics, or to replace oil-based plastics. We must address these opportunities early on. What is key is that in particular stakeholders and multipliers and decision makers outside of the forests and wood sector must be involved. We must spark interest among them. And I think this event series, Charter for Wood in Dialogue, has proven the appropriate framework. Let us look ahead before we conclude. What lies ahead? The impact of climate change will influence the future potential of wood use. On the one hand, we will see changes to the availability of coniferous wood. And we must find new material uses for hardwood. Our forestry sector will need to adapt to these developments. Topics such as efficiency, circular economy, and the potentials of bioeconomy will become more important. And looking at the new objectives of the new Climate Change Act, well, this will be an additional challenge to the sector, especially the LULUCF sector with clear-cut objectives will of course be another and new challenge we must address. And after the parliamentary elections in September, we will set the stage for the future resource policy regarding wood. And of course the question of the availability of raw materials, safeguarding supply chains and value creation, as well as preventing leakage effects, all of this will play a key role. I could only give you a quick overview. I could say way more than I just said, and you will find more information on our website. I thank you very much for listening, for your interest, and I look forward to the discussions on how the topic of wood is advanced elsewhere. And then we will have Mr. Kaiser to look at the German perspective, and then we will hear our colleagues from Europe. Thank you.
Müller.
Thank you very much, Ms. Müller. So we will now switch from the federal government stage to the federal state level. We have already received some questions in our chat. So following the next presentation, we will start with our Q&A. And now we are looking forward to the presentation by Mr. Hubert Kaiser, Director General at the Ministry of the Environment, Agriculture, Nature Conservation and Consumer Protection of the Federal State of North Rhine-Westphalia. And we are looking forward to your elaborations of the Pro-Holz initiative at local level. You have the floor, Mr. Kaiser. Thank you very much for this kind introduction, Dr. Müller. I just saw your presentation and not mine. I'm delighted that we have the opportunity to present ourselves as the federal state, because when thinking about our federal state, not many might think about North Rhine-Westphalia, which is perceived more as an industrial site. Our federal state, even though you might not believe it, is one of the 5 federal states with the largest forest area. And also due to the tree species that we have, we are one of the federal states with the biggest stock. So when talking about our federal state, we are talking about quite a potential. Now, taking a look at what has happened at material level over the last years, we see that logging operations until 2017 have stayed at more or less the same level, but you can also see the bars that are the result of the last 3 years. The minister just mentioned it. Our federal state is one of the federal states most severely affected by climate change and damages to the forests. So you can see the high bars here reaching 14 million of cubic meters of damaged wood. So these are huge losses in our timber stock. Climate change has reached Europe. There's no doubt about it. Between the years 2018 and 2020, about 32 million cubic meters of wood were damaged, and we are now faced with a forest area of 70,000 hectares that need to be reforested. And regarding our tree species spruce, there is a stock loss of 40%. So these figures are shocking. And in the long term, of course, we will have to deal with this in our projects for the future. So the question is, what are we doing currently for the implementation at local level, and what advantages does the Charter bring for our federal state? Of course, it is about value-added chains, increased cooperation, research and development, innovation, knowledge and technology transfer, and we have a lot of research sites in our federal state. And of course, we are interested in securing the resource of wood in the long term, implementing it into our industry processes, because it is a very important industry sector in our federal state. We want to maintain it and increase it. And we also want to see increased and improved networking and cooperation. Of course, digitalization plays a huge role here. Not least the coronavirus pandemic and this event have shown us that there are new opportunities for cooperation and an exchange of views. And of course, in the wood-based sector, we want to tap this potential as well. So taking a look at the value-added chain for wood in our federal state, we are talking about 162,000 employees subject to social insurance requirements. There's a turnover of about 42 billion euro per year. That is about a quarter of what Ms. Müller stated for the federal level. We have important centers and hubs of the wood-based material industry, prefabricated timber construction industry, and sawmill and wood-based material industry. We have efficient producers of wood processing machines, and this cluster also plays a role in CO2 sequestration. According to recent studies, it is 18 million tons of CO2 per year that is being fixed in our federal states. So we need to praise the achievements of this cluster. It is oftentimes not perceived, and we try to put it in the center of attention. The first sector that I would like to mention is the sawmilling industry. We saw a drop here as well. There's a turnover of 709 million euros per year and more than 2,500 employees. And this cluster, the sawmilling industry, which is located in the south of North Rhine-Westphalia in the Sauerland region, of course also receives its supply from the neighboring federal states, from an area of 150 to 200 kilometers. So we are talking about other federal states such as Lower Saxony, Hesse, etc. And at the moment, due to the fact that we are severely affected by wood damages, our sawing mills have been working at 130% of their capacity since 2017. Let's talk about the next sector, the wood-based material industry. The turnover is 1.25 billion euro per year. The workforce is also larger, more than 6,000 employees. And looking at wood-based material industry, there's one particularity here that might not be known that much. There is a turnover of 2 billion. And also we are now talking about timber construction, excuse me. The turnover here is more than 2 billion. However, there are not that much timber construction operations, but there is still a huge potential, particularly in our federal state. Of course, we have cooperations with different sectors as well, different areas, and there are many projects also with the federal government. Our federal state has its own research and development sites, and we are dependent on cooperation with others. And this platform that the federal government has launched allows us to do that. The federal government also helped us in establishing a site of the European Forest Institute in Bonn. So we were always open and looked at what could be improved, at other similar projects in Europe, etc. I personally took part in the launch event in Bilbao in November last year. And this shows that there are always similar questions being raised at European level that can be adapted in our country, in our federal state as well, and that we don't have to reinvent the wheel, that we can simply adapt ideas that have already been developed. We are also a regular participant of trade fairs where our small and medium-sized wood companies are represented and can present their products to a worldwide audience. As regards research in the Aachen area, Of course, there is research being conducted in the wood sector. There is the University of Aachen, the Center for Wood Research, located at the Technical University in Cologne. So there are a lot of approaches for this issue of wood and forestry in our federal state. So how did we approach this process of implementation? In 2019, Dr. Müller mentioned it already. We have participated for a long time now in these cluster and charter processes. So based on our cluster study, which was updated in 2019, we decided to launch a participatory process and tried to include all stakeholders and bring them together, all stakeholders of the state of North Rhine-Westphalia, because we saw a necessity there to implement everything that had been launched with the charter in our different networks and raising attention to the different results that had already been achieved. So we conducted several workshops at different locations in our federal state that focused on various topics based on ideas that had been raised. For example, the issue of workforce shortage was addressed in one of the workshops. We talked about urban construction with wood-based materials because the urban sector is quite densely populated. There are 11 million inhabitants in our cities and urban metropolises. We talked about product innovations in one of our workshops and also regional supply with raw materials, climate adaptation, etc. This shows the extensive scope of this field of action, and based on that, we also developed an action plan. At the end of 2020, this action plan was presented. And on the day of the presentation, we held a digital cluster conference. There was no other way than the virtual way. We used the media and tools that were available to us because we wanted to advance the process and continue it, and took the results from this cluster conference to the different areas and stakeholders. And the reception was very well, and we are also convinced that it was the right choice not to work until we would have been able to hold a face-to-face conference. So where do we want to go? At the moment, we are in the process of launching proholz.nrw, which is one of the central elements of our action plan. And then in the following, we want to be able to implement our different projects in cooperation with our projects. What we don't want to see in our federal state is a unilateral participation of different stakeholders from the federal state government. What we want to see is an increased participation of the different stakeholders going beyond the charter process. We want to build networks between the different groups in order to actually implement their requirements and needs. In the past, our cluster process had a more regional approach, but we had to realize also within the scope of our discussions of the last years that it is necessary, or that it was indeed necessary, to achieve better networking within our federal state. And this ProHolz initiative will be concluded this year. Based on this process, we will then continue our work and launch important initiatives. In conclusion, let me state that we are very thankful to the federal government for having launched this charter process, because we were able to use it as a starting point 2 years ago and established a new research center. and we're able to extend it to a federal statewide project. And we hope that the future charter process will also bring about new initiatives, and we hope that ProHolz NRW will then be able to implement it at local level. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Kaiser. I looked at the time and I think we are lagging behind a bit, so we have already reached the break because our interpreters have been working since 11 and it is very hot in here. So I would like to quickly ask 3 questions and I would like to ask you to limit yourself to a short answer. First of all, a question by Mr. Daman Tanke from Lower Saxony. His question is, are financial incentives possible, for example, take the Renewable Energies Act for construction with wood? A question to Ms. Müller. Real quick, yes. Financial incentives are possible and they already exist. There is financial support with the economic recovery program by the federal government. There are 2 funding regulations that promote wood-based construction, for example, consulting, as well as building clusters of small companies. That exists already. Great, thank you. The next question is to Mr. Kaiser by Mr. Fischer. Why is damaged timber exported to China while there is a lack of or a supply bottleneck in Europe? Well, it has already been addressed at the Materials Summit in North Rhine-Westphalia. There is a gap between different types of timber. I just showed you a chart of sawn timber and rough wood. Forest owners, of course, want to use their timber, and they don't want it to be lost. That is why they used export markets. And one last question to the both of you by the company Saint-Gobain. Is there enough timber available in Germany for wood-based construction? What is realistically possible? And let me tie that in with the question about spruces. It has been mentioned in the presentation. A real quick answer. If I could start, I can say yes, there is enough timber available in Germany, and the problems are, in a way, in a different sphere. The combination of forest species will change the combination of timber. It's not so much about the quantity, but about the availability of timber we will need in the future for construction and so on. Mr. Kaiser? I can agree with that. We will need a compromise in society. It has just been addressed. Biodiversity is a key topic. We need to solve it. And of course, there are requirements that are being made to prefer domestic species in forests. We need smart solutions for construction. So we have a significant share of softwood timber. Well, that is a nice concluding remark, Mr. Kaiser. Thank you. We will not meet again this afternoon. All the best to you and all the best for your plans. Ms. Müller, we will reconvene again in the panel discussion. But now it's time for the break until 1:30. And after that, we will look at the EU. We will look towards France, Sweden, in English, just an information for you now. And then we will also look at Austria and all come together for a panel discussion. Have a nice lunch break and see you at 1:30.
Ladies and gentlemen, welcome back from our lunch break. I hope that you enjoyed your lunch break, and now we will continue with 3 practical examples from Europe, namely from France, Sweden, and Austria. And I'm looking forward to present to you Mr. Jean-Marie Lejeune. He works at the French Ministry of Agriculture and Food as Deputy Head of Forest Enterprises and Wood-Based Industries Office. So, bonjour to you. So I can start. Good day to all of you, ladies and gentlemen. On some slides, I would like to present to you the implementation of the forestry and wood policy of France. I work at the French Ministry of Agriculture and Food at the Forest Enterprises and Wood-Based Industries Department. The forestry and wood policy is an internal policy of our ministry for the most part, and this makes it quite difficult sometimes. The French forestry and wood sector always observes what's happening on the other side of the River Rhine, where the trees are greener than in France, as is commonly known. They are a little bit envious of the newest developments of the German forestry and wood policy and count the many millions of funds that are made available in order to combat forest degradation and adapt to climate change. But the French government has also earmarked some parts of our economic package for the forestry and wood industry. First of all, I would like to present some figures to you regarding the forestry and wood industries in France. As in other countries, the French forests are faced with high economic, social, and environmental challenges. Currently, in France, there are about 70 million hectares of forests, so as much woodland as at the end of the medieval ages. Until the mid-century, the forest had been degraded to a minimum of 7.5 million hectares. Our forests are very diverse. We have 138 tree species, predominantly hardwood, so deciduous trees, which is a problem for us. Most of the forest land is owned by private owners. We have about 3.3 million private forest owners. The marketed logged timber is about 40 million solid cubic meters, and the industry produces about 9 million cubic meters of sawn wood. We produce primarily furniture and pulp, and the entire sector provides about 400,000 jobs. The implementation of our national forestry and wood policy is renewed and defined every 10 years by our National Forestry and Wood Program. So what did we do at the end of 2014? The Act on the Future of the Agricultural, Food and Forestry Industries was adopted by the French Parliament. The elaboration of this program lasted for 1 year until 2015. Then we conducted a survey among the population, which lasted until 2016. And then finally, by ministerial decree of 8 of February 2017, this program was adopted. I missed this slide, but I hope you won't hold it against me. All right. So this national program for the forestry and wood industry is defined as follows. It is a national program for the forestry and wood management that sets out the guidelines for forestry policy for a maximum period of 10 years. It sets economic, environmental, and social objectives based on indicators of sustainable management. The program provides for the exchange of information on the production of forestry and timber products in order to increase the value of timber and the development of enterprises, as well as about the positive environmental and social impacts of forests with a view to their development, further development, and the evaluation of the modalities of these wood-producing companies' remuneration. And this program is comprised of 4 objectives. First of all, it is supposed to make a contribution to the value creation with a 1.1% of the GDP and 1.4% of jobs in France. And secondly, this program is to meet the expectations of our citizens. There is a high demand. Third, climate change stewardship and climate change adaptation, or adaptation to climate change. And fourth, improved synergies between the forest and wood industry. We are talking about the round wood industry here, or rather the lack of round wood. So these 4 objectives are being implemented by means of an operational program, which is comprised of 3 parts. First of all, there's an action plan for public and private forests and wood-based industries. Second, there is regional implementation. And third, and this is also a very complicated matter, it is supposed to provide for coherent structuring of other projects and initiatives as with regard to wood and forest, for example, the low-carbon strategy, energy programming, our biomass strategy, and our bioeconomy strategy. So the execution of this plan is comprised of numerous measures. I'm not going to present all of them to you, but I would like to name some examples. By 2026, we want to harvest additional 12 million cubic meters in order to increase the amount to about 50 million cubic meters. This means about 65% of the yearly increment in stocks. And this increment, or this increase in timber yield, will mainly be conducted in private forests. The increase in public forests will mainly be harvested. And this objectives requires an intensified management of private forests and at the same time improved adaptation to climate change. A priority area here is reducing damage caused by game. This is also a very important objective in all of our woodland. And this reduction in damage is expected to bring about the improvement of nature-based forest management, which will be possible if we succeed in limiting our game stock, which is not the case at the moment. And these plans also foresee to include digital technology and the introduction of digital technologies in forest management. For instance, we have planned to introduce a Navlog compatible mapping, or to develop such mapping, which is a very interesting task. Secondly, it is also about providing improved access to the public register of woodland areas. So this is a prerequisite that is fundamental. We also want to improve round mill log supply to our sawmilling industry by yearly agreements. Our raw material, wood, this has been mentioned several times this morning, this raw material needs to be better supported. You know that in 2024 the Olympic Games will be held in France, and we expect this to be quite the nice illustration of wood-based constructions. So we are striving to achieve this. But our national program, or any national program, can only work efficiently if it is implemented at local level. There are 13 regions in France, 13 departments, and we believe that this is fundamental. Paris sets the legal framework as regards sustainability, for instance, but the implementation and execution needs to be adapted at local level, because there are different aspects of forests in the different regions. The forests look differently. In the western part of France, there's more privately owned forest land, and in the eastern parts, more publicly owned. In the south, forest fires are imminent, and the needs or the requirements of companies and the equipment they have differs from region to region, and all of this needs to be taken into account. At regional level, the principle of subsidiarity applies. This is about renovation of forests, regeneration, plans for storms and forest fires, for instance. The regional councils at political level will more and more be asked to contribute to the political development, and their commitment will be decisive for the development of wood-based companies and other sectors as well. So, in short, the French government is developing a comprehensive strategy as a response to the economical, environmental, and social challenges. Based on a sustainable and renewable resource, the forestry and wood sectors in France, here's the slide. So these sectors have been described as a sector that is important for the future. And in the long run, the program has set itself ambitious goals. And these objectives will be adapted by a great number of measures and actions. And all stakeholders of the forestry and wood industries participate in this. And now, an additional remark on this economic program. The figures are not as high as they are in Germany. This is a reality, and we are quite envious of that fact. In total, the French government earmarks 200 million euro to be paid out to the forestry and wood industry, and 150 million euro are earmarked for afforestation after infestation with the bark beetle in different regions in France. Elsass, Lothringen, Bourgogne, for example. Thousands of hectares of spruce forests have been lost. You have all seen the catastrophic images. And by the way, 50 million euro are used for different objectives. For instance, our seed production. We have established or are establishing seed plantations, and in order to improve forest management, we also want to collect a LIDAR data set, and about 20 million are earmarked for our sawmilling industry in subsidies, because there is quite a backlog in this industry and we want to continue processing the raw material there. Thank you very much for bearing with me, and I would like to thank you for your attention. Thank you very much, Mr. Lejeune. It is impressive that you held this presentation in German. I would not have been able to hold such a presentation in French. If I understood you correctly, within the process of industrialization, a lot of trees have been cut down, but you said that you have now reached the levels that you had in the medieval ages. This sounds like these forest areas are quite vast. And what is the priority of sustainability there, or the significance? At the moment, 31% of our national territory in France is covered by forests. And after the Second World War, there was a program, I don't know how to describe it. What the government did back then was it strived to reforest the forest land in order to decrease imports of wood. The issue of sustainability is a very topical one in France at the moment. As I said, it is a little bit problematic to implement our forestry policy. We have an environmental ministry, or Ministry for Environment, that is always very attentive to this issue and makes sure that sustainability aspects are taken into account in our afforestation operations. There is also an institute, a major forestry institute in our national, or responsible for our national and regional forests, and also a simplified forestry institute that is responsible for our private forests, because as I said, most of our forest areas are in private hands. And we need to strive to mobilize this resource in private forests in a sustainable manner. There's no other way if we want to ensure that we meet the requirements of our population. We need to take this into account because there's a very high demand. Thank you very much. I'm delighted that our audience has submitted 2 questions as well, and I would like to encourage you to send us your questions also to the other speakers. One question by Albert Teichinger from the University of Wien. He asks about the importance of forest plantations in France and your experiences with that, and also future plans. The number of plantations has decreased quite a lot. Why? Because our main resource is oak trees. And by natural rejuvenation processes, or to put it in other words, for our afforestation, we use rejuvenation processes. So there are only oak plantations, but as regards deciduous trees, most of them are grown by natural rejuvenation operations. I hope this was clear. Yes, I think you were quite clear on that. A second question. Following the oversupply of damaged wood and a lack in sawn timber, What does the situation look like in France? Is it similar to the one in Germany, that there is more damaged wood than sawn wood, sawn timber? Yes. We established a system in France. The damaged wood, of course, has to be cut down in the forest as soon as possible. And in the process, we are being supported by a certain body and transport this damaged wood to areas where there is a high pressure on this renewable resource. For instance, in the coastal regions where there are many firs, there was a storm and there was a lack in this resource. So we have the opportunity to transport this timber by railroad, or to transport a major part of this resource to Nouvelle-Aquitaine, the region Bordeaux, for instance. And also the pulp industry and other industries, wood-based industries, need this resource and can process it quite well. A last question to you, Mr. Lejeune. In France, the wood and forestry industries are growing as well. What can policymakers do with regard to the fact that there's a lot of private forests? There are less and less direct subsidies in France. There are opportunities for tax reliefs, or to make tax reliefs possible, if someone decides to buy forest land. So in that case, you can deduct a certain amount from your tax returns. Also, if you work on forest land, you can deduct it from your taxes, and this works quite well. Thank you very much, Mr. Lejeune, for this insight into how it's done in France. All the best to you, and merci beaucoup. Excuse me if my German wasn't perfect.
Was ich Ihnen an der Stelle noch mal sagen kann.
Just one more remark, ladies and gentlemen. Feel free to ask your questions in the chat. It is open again. And we will now take a look at Sweden and afterwards to Austria. We look forward to that very much and to your participation in the chat with questions. And let me tell you now, for the individual presentations now to France, Sweden and Austria, you will receive videos and recordings. Everything will be available on the website. Now I would like to switch to English because our next guest is from Sweden.
Introduce now Anton Andersson. He is Forest Policy Advisor, EU and International Forestry Affairs at the Swedish Ministry of Enterprises and Innovation. So, Mr. Andersson, a very warm welcome to you. And please.
Thank you very much. Thank you very much. Sehr guten Tag. That's the limits of my German, I'm afraid, so I will address you in English. Thank you very much for the invitation. I am delighted to be here with you today and to be able to give you some insights into the Swedish forest policies and what we're doing with our forests and wood. Let's see. Okay, so Sweden, just a brief overview. As you can see on the map, the population in Sweden is roughly 10.2 million inhabitants, and the land area is 41 million hectares. And as you can see on the map there, we are a heavily forested country. 70% of the land area is covered by forest. So of course, forest is very important to us for many various reasons. Looking into some statistics on the economic side of it, roughly 10% of our total export income comes from the forest sector. And translated, this is about 2% of our gross domestic product. The figure isn't in the presentation, but roughly 70,000 people are employed in the forest sector. And if we look higher up in the value chain, that number rises to roughly 120,000. Sorry, I was a little too fast there. The forest ownership aspect is important for us. Roughly 51% of our forest is owned by private forest owners. We have around 250,000 estates and 350,000 private forest owners. The current figure is slightly lower than that, but it gives you an approximation. And keep in mind that we are a country of roughly 10 million inhabitants, so we have a lot of private forest owners. The average forest holding is between 45 and 50 hectares. In a European comparison, this is of course fairly large, but I would like to emphasize that we have both much larger, but also of course much smaller forest holdings as well. 17% of our forest is state-owned, 7% is owned by other public entities, and then we have about a quarter, 25%, which is owned by private companies. Sweden is a long country, and it is a cold country, at least some years. So to give you an idea, here you have an illustration of the forest product cycle. Regeneration takes place somewhere between 0 and 10 years after the final felling. We have then a phase somewhere between 5 and 20 years where we have pre-commercial thinning. Between 20 and 70 years, we have the thinning operations, and then final felling takes place somewhere between 50 and 130 years after the regeneration. So as you can see, the time span there for the final felling is quite large, and that is of course partly because we have very different climatic conditions in the south compared to the north of Sweden. This is a picture that I can talk for a very long time about. I will not do so because time is limited. But briefly, we fell around 90 million cubic meters of wood every year. And as you can see from that, we get sawn wood, energy, pulp, and paper. Of course, there is a lot of innovation going on, and hopefully I can address you in a couple of years, and then we have many new innovative ways of also making use of our timber. Sweden then as a global actor here, just a small comparison. As you can see, our forest area comprises of slightly less than 1% of the world's forest area. But if you would like to look at the production and export of pulp, paper, and sawn timber products, we make up a fairly large percentage of the world's respective production of these products. So just again to emphasize that the forest and the forest industry is an important economic sector in Sweden. Looking back, a short historic outlook, the first Forestry Act was adopted in the Swedish Parliament back in 1903, so over 100 years ago. We, as many other European countries, had lived through the 19th century with a heavy industrialization, with deforestation, exploitation, and degradation of forests as a result. The Forestry Act of 1903 introduced a mandatory regeneration requirement. Another important year in the policy development in Sweden is 1979. The Forestry Act of that year focused on improved production. It was a peak of detailed regulation on forestry activities. But this was also a time of growing environmental concerns that was also taken up. And then the Forest Policy Act of 1994. Here, the two co-equal goals were enshrined in the Swedish law, stating that the forest policy was to aim for two equal goals: forest production and biodiversity conservation. And this is, by and large, what still runs as a guiding principle through our forest policy. The Swedish Forestry Act, I will not go through it in detail, but then again, we have the two co-equal goals. But it's also worth mentioning that this is a framework legislation. We have demands for notifications before final felling. We still have the mandatory regeneration after final felling. It's been in our law now, as I said, for over 100 years. Environmental considerations during forest operations, consideration to indigenous peoples, and preventive control of insect pests are some of the main components of our legislation. And looking both from a policy and a legal aspect, the multifunctionality of our forests is really a key aspect and a guiding principle. The forest has many functions, and we aim to balance those functions and various interests in an integrated and holistic manner. That is a very important part, to keep it integrated. Now, turning to what we have on the table currently, I will tell you a little bit about Sweden's National Forest Program. And then, unfortunately, I mixed up the order here, so I would then go on to tell you a little bit about the initiative Wood City Sweden. I will mention very briefly about the work on the future bioeconomy strategy, and then I will tell you about the so-called forest report. So, beginning with Sweden's National Forest Program. In 2018, the Swedish government adopted a strategy for the National Forest Program and an action plan with specific measures in relation to the strategy. And the core of the National Forest Program is the broad dialogue on the role forests play to ensure a sustainable society and a growing bioeconomy. Here, I hope that you can see there's an awful lot of information on this slide, but this is an illustration of the content, but also the underlying ideas of the National Forest Program. The program is built on a vision, and the vision is: forests, our green gold, will contribute to creating jobs and sustainable growth throughout the country and contribute to the development of a growing bioeconomy. This vision is then divided into 5 focus areas. We have the first focus area, sustainable forest management with greater climate benefits. The second focus area, multiple uses of forest resources for more jobs and sustainable growth throughout the country. The third one is world-class innovation and processed forest products. Fourth focus area is sustainable use and conservation of forests as a profile issue in Sweden's international cooperation. And then the fifth one, which is a focus area of its own, but it's also underlining the other ones: a knowledge leap to ensure that sustainable use and conservation of forests. And then an action plan with specific measures in relation to the different focus areas. And I would say that in relation to wood and wood construction, you will find the most operative parts in the third focus area, that is world-class innovation and processed forest products. There you would find measures and actions such as developing a Nordic industrial wood construction, innovative and sustainable house building in wood, and a new policy for architecture and design. All of them, of course, focused on wood as the constructing material. Yes, I already mentioned this, but so these 5 main areas, the Swedish government considers key to achieving the vision of the forest program and contributing to the 2 co-equal objectives of Swedish forest policy that I already mentioned, to provide a valuable yield and at the same time preserve biodiversity. I will now, I don't have a slide for it unfortunately, but the Wood City Sweden. Wood City Sweden, the origin of it is a national wood construction strategy that the government had from 2005 to 2008. This sparked a very, very positive engagement. So in 2013, the government assigned one of the northernmost county administrative boards with an official government assignment. The assignment was to, together with interested municipalities, to develop cost-effective and innovative wood construction methods, to increase the knowledge of wood as a building material, and to get municipalities to build in wood, thereby contributing to the attainment of Sweden's national climate goals. This then developed over time into the association Wood City Sweden. Wood City Sweden today hosts seminars, facilitate dialogue between different actors to encourage building in wood. I also said that I will mention a few words on the future bioeconomy strategy. The government is currently developing Sweden's bioeconomy strategy. It is under the construction, and some of my close colleagues are working intensively with it. It is too soon to say anything about the content, but I hope that I will have the possibility to address you in the future and tell you more about the bioeconomy strategy. Then finally, I just want to draw your attention to that we have something called the Swedish Government Official Reports. That is the name of an official series of reports, committees appointed and convened by the government for the analysis of issues in anticipation of a proposed legislation. In 2019, the so-called Forest Report was initiated. And the purpose of this report was to investigate the possibilities for and propose measures to strengthen ownership rights, new flexible models for protection and compensation in case of protection of forest land, and how international commitments on biodiversity can be combined with a growing circular bioeconomy. The final report was submitted to the Swedish government in November last year. It was a very sizable report and it contained several recommendations. The report has now been submitted for comments, and we received a lot of answers, which we're also now analyzing. So that was a brief illustration of what's going on in Sweden. I believe that my time is up. I thank you very much for your attention, and I now look forward to taking your questions. Thank you very much.
Yeah, thank you very much. Also, Mr. Andersson, I have a question. There are, like in Germany, different players, politics, economy, and also science. How do you handle this in Sweden?
Thank you very much. That's a very relevant question. And I would say that was really one of the underlying ideas of when we developed the National Forest Program, to open a forum, a platform for dialogue, because the dialogue is needed. Really, we have a debate in society today on forest and forestry, which is quite strong, and there was definitely a need for such a platform. And by creating the forest program, both in the development but also now in the implementation, the idea is to bring actors together and to foster that dialogue. So hopefully, and that's the idea, that the forest program should and will be that platform.
Mm-hmm. And if you say dialogue, how do you deal with the need for wood and, on the other hand, critical voices?
That is another very good question, and I think, I mean, there is really only one way, and that is to encourage this debate. It's really one of the major political discussions in relation to forestry in Sweden and forests this day. So I know that from the government side, we are really listening into all the interests, and of course, in the policy developed, really always aiming for the balance between those two aspects are really key, and that's a constant balancing act, I'd say.
Okay, I have another concrete question. Are all forests in Sweden FSC certified?
Not all, but a large percentage. I don't have the exact number now, but I would say that it depends a little bit on how you count, and if you add both the big certification schemes, and it also depends on which forest land you look at. But it's over 60%, but I don't have the exact number.
Mm-hmm. Okay, last question. The EU Green Deal, or the new European Bauhaus, or the EU renovation wave. So what do you think about this?
The European Green Deal is an enormous project, and there are so many things that could be said about it, and both possibilities and challenges from a forestry point of view. And but let me put it this way, I was very happy when I heard about the European Bauhaus and the idea. So I really hope that the Commission will take further steps and to communicate more on this and to develop this idea. We are very much looking forward to see what that will be about.
Okay, thank you so far, Mr. Andersson. We see in a few minutes for the big discussion. And now I switch to German again. Und wir haben noch einen Blick nach
Now we'll take a look at Austria. But before hearing the next presentation, I would kindly invite you to ask your questions or submit your questions. We just heard from the representative from France and Sweden. Now we will hear from the representative of Austria, and later on we will have a Q&A with them where we will answer your questions. Now we are looking forward to hear from Dr. Georg Rappold, who represents the Federal Ministry of Agriculture, Regions and Tourism of the Republic of Austria. He is the head of the unit Wood-Based Value Chain in the Forestry and Sustainability section. You have the floor. Thank you very much for this kind introduction. First of all, I would like to wish a good day to all participants from Vienna. Also, thanks to the organizers for inviting me and us to talk a little bit about the projects that we are implementing in Austria. My contribution has the following structure. First of all, like the previous speakers, I will give you an overview of selective dates and figures about Austria and also the Austrian forestry and wood industries. Then I will concentrate on the Austrian Forest Fund and the Austrian Wood Initiative that was implemented within the scope of this Wood Fund. And this initiative will then be the core of my presentation. I will present to you the objectives and also the individual actions. Austria is a small country, with many mountains. Our territory in comparison to Sweden or also Germany is relatively small. We have 85,000 square kilometers and about 8.9 million inhabitants, with quite a moderate population density of 106 inhabitants per square kilometers. Our total GDP amounts to 367 billion euro, so we rank 28th at global level. And in the following, you will see that our forestry and timber industry makes a significant contribution to this added value. Now let's talk about the Austrian forest. It is a very predominant element of our landscape because it covers half of our national territory. That is 4 million hectares of forest. There is an overproportional production efficiency with 337 cubic meters per hectare. However, these are figures of the last national forest inventory. The most current figures are even higher. So the production capacity has even increased in comparison to other countries such as Sweden, for instance. In general, there is a typical distribution for a mountainous country. There is a high proportion of softwood. More than 50% is covered by spruce. Another particularity of the Austrian forestry sector is its fragmentation. There are more than 80% of our forest land is privately owned, and almost 50% of this land is smaller than 200 hectares. And this brings with it particular challenges in the forestry sector. For instance, we need to adapt our forests to climate changes and need special management practices. The Austrian forest is managed sustainably. For instance, in the last 60 years, our forest land has increased by about 300,000 hectares. That is 3.5 times the area of Berlin. So an increase of 3,400 hectares per year. And also our wood stock has increased by about 390 million cubic meters. Now, specific figures for 2020. Last year, 16.8 million cubic meters have been harvested. That means that the figures were 11% lower than the figures of 2019. And the percentage of damaged wood, similar to other countries, was quite high. In our case, it was 53%. The percent of wood that was used was 71% in 2020. So these were figures about forestry. Now we will continue with the timber industry. This is a map. On this map, you can see countries in relation to their importance as regards the timber industries. You can see here that Austria is a very small country territory-wise. You can barely see it on the world map. In all of the areas of wood production, wood use, export and import, so the entire timber industry, Austria, in relation to other countries, is quite important. So we are a global player in the wood and timber industries. So what does this mean? What does it translate to in figures? The Austrian forestry and wood economy provides for 300,000 jobs. Every 15th job has to do with the forestry and wood industry, and every 17th euro of the value generated is generated by the forestry and wood industry. So the entire value added chain amounts to more than 20 billion euro. So as I said, Austria is a global wood player. We are the third biggest importer of coniferous roundwood, the fifth biggest exporter of coniferous sawn softwood, and the fourth biggest exporter of particle boards or OSB panels. So we have generated quite a lot of money with these sectors. So what are the current challenges for our sector? Over the course of this event, you have heard a lot already in this regard. And of course, these challenges also apply to other countries, and they apply to Austria as well. First and foremost, there's climate change that brings with it biotic and abiotic threats. We have also to deal with conflicting interests, protection versus making use of it. So we want to conserve our biodiversity, our species, but we also want to preserve our forest as a carbon sink and use its materials. There's also a challenge with regard to research in the field of bioeconomy. There's so many possibilities to use wood. And of course, in the long run, there might possibly be a scarcity of wood. And this would then lead to the question of supply with this resource. We will need active forest management, and also we will need to provide the respective infrastructure and logistics. Another important challenge is the efficient use of wood. We are talking about materials efficiency here and the circular economy in the context of cascade use that needs to be taken into account as well. And another challenge is, of course, training and research. So what is the Austrian response to these challenges? The response is our Austrian Wood Initiative. This initiative tries to use innovations and technologies in order to highlight specific areas. It is about establishing wood-based solutions and services to make a positive contribution to the resource and energy transformation. Of course, it is also about safeguarding jobs in the regions, and also about research, training, and technology transfer. And of course, we also want to maintain this sector because it is of such a high economic value. Our Austrian Wood Initiative is called Think Wood. And it urges us to think about wood when we talk about construction, housing, heating, training, climate protection, finding bio-based solutions for the economy and also for society. So it is about taking wood into account, but not only taking it into account, but using it. The formal framework of this initiative is the Austrian Forest Fund, which was entered into force in February 2021. It includes 350 million euro. There are 4 objectives, and the 4th objective that is highlighted on my slide here has to do with the increased material and energetic use of the resource wood as an active contribution to climate change stewardship. There are 10 actions that need to be implemented, and 2 of them, namely number 7 and number 9, have to do with the energetic use and the material use of wood. And they provide the basis for our Austrian Wood Initiative. Here you can see the different actions and measures in more detail. different modules, so to speak. We have the two silos, material use and energetic use. For material use, there are 5 subgroups: governance, wood-based construction, innovation, training, and communication. And as regards the energetic use, there is infrastructure and research. And just briefly, I would like to address the individual modules. For example, the module governance. It comprises wood policy questions at national and European level, and it is also about improving the framework for the use of wood and timber, for example, technical regulations, constructions, regulations, etc. And here we will also establish a network of technical experts that will provide technical support. We have also planned to establish a bioeconomy cluster, and the next area would be wood-based construction. This is about increasing the percentage of wood in construction. For instance, by publishing model tenders. And it is also about specific investments in large-scale wood-based constructions. And in total, there are 20 million euro that can be used in this regard. So there's investment bonus of €1 per kilogram of wood used. Another important area is innovation and research. There's also 20 million euro available for this module. Scientific questions are the center of this module. So we try to take everything into account that has to do with research. Training is another fundamental part of our Austrian wood initiative, from the primary to the tertiary sector. And we already heard today, this morning, that the Bauhaus idea by Professor Schellnhuber, or the European Bauhaus initiative that was launched by President von der Leyen. Within this context, we intend to establish 2 endowment professorships, and there will also be a doctoral study group in order to implement this strategy on the ground. Then the next point is communication. Awareness raising is very important. In our wood initiative, it is about sensitizing the general public, the consumers, about the use and utilization of wood and convince them to use wood. There are different initiatives and activities, from events to movies and documentaries on this issue. The next big area is the area of energy, the energetic use of wood. It is about the production of gas, hydrogen, and fuel based on wood in order to cover different research projects. We have also made available a large fund. This brings me to the end of my presentation, and now I'm looking forward to your questions. Thank you very much. Thank you very much, Mr. Rappold. I have a question on the energetic use. In Professor Schellnhuber's presentation, we heard that we should be a little bit reserved when it comes to the energetic use of wood at the end of this cascade. How does this apply to Austria? If you remember the challenges that I mentioned, I said that this cascading use is a big challenge in Austria. the percentage of the critical use of wood is quite big. This has to do with the fact that damaged wood, for example, wood infested by the bark beetle, had been used increasingly for energetic uses. There will be further options within the realm of the bioenergy. And of course, this is also a priority area of our wood initiative to increase the percentage of this, or to decrease, decrease the percentage of the renewable resource wood for energetic use. And it is also about making this sector autonomous as regards energy, making it CO2 carbon neutral. So this means using wood efficiently for different energetic purposes. Of course, this is not only about wood, but also bio-based resources, byproducts of agriculture, etc., and other materials that contain wood. Thank you very much. Lena Eck submitted a question. What about the amount of the FSC certified forests in Austria and PEFC certified forests? I don't have the exact figures, but PEFC is about 3/4 and FSC is just a few percentage points. Are there any plans for the future to change that? In Austria, we have a very rigid Forest Protection Act, which is very specific in its regulations forest-wise. In the past, we saw certification mainly as a market instrument, and we used it correspondingly. In the medium term, we don't have any plans to change this stance, although we know that at European level, the discussion is moving in the direction that countries support various certification schemes and also organize it at state level. And of course, we are responsible for state standards, and our Forest Act covers all of this, and our forest institutions in the regions and at local level take this into account. Another question on the standardization of building codes. The question has to do with harmonization. Why has harmonization not yet been reached? Well, this is the competency of the different states in Austria, responsibility of the different states, and not a responsibility of the government. So we are trying to bring about harmonization as much as possible. We have received very positive signals from our federal states and the persons in charge that they are very willing to move in the right direction, and in the course of the next 2 to 3 years, of course, we will try to find a harmonized approach, or maybe even national regulations in this regard for the use of wood, for instance. Maybe a last question, and then we can open the discussion and let the other speakers join us. You mentioned the EU Green Deal and also the new European Bauhaus initiative and also the EU renovation wave. What does this mean for you specifically in Austria? With these programs and with the European Wood Initiative, well, all of this even started before Commission President von der Leyen started the EU Bauhaus initiative, and we believe that it is a good platform, a great narrative in order to use these different elements in a bigger picture. So we, for example, as I said, we have planned to establish these endowment professorships within the context of the European Bauhaus program. And we also want to have a group of doctoral candidates on this issue. And of course, Bauhaus has to do with the Green Deal specifically and with these conflicting interests with the Green Deal. So our objective is to build a platform in order to have a constructive dialogue about these conflicting interests at national level. So from our point of view, this is a very positive initiative, a very effective platform at European level that is able to bring the different countries together to find a harmonized solution on these issues. Another question has been submitted. Could you maybe show it on the screen? The question is by Stefan Kudermann. He asks about the amount of roundwood import from Germany to Austria. I don't know, unfortunately. I have to ask my colleagues. Yes, I can do it bilaterally, and there is a specific table, but I don't know the figures yet. Yes, you offered that our audience can contact you bilaterally.
So let's open this Q&A session, and I'd ask Mr. Lejeune and Mr. Andersson to join us. First of all, Mr. Rappold, let me start with you. What about the conflict that exists regarding the use of timber, or rather the non-utilization, in order to increase the sink effect, but also there is also incentive to use more wood-based construction, as you said. So how do we strike the balance here? We need a discussion, a dialogue. Of course, I mentioned these conflicting interests and objectives, and we need a debate. And we already have that within Austria with the forest dialogue. It is a dialogue process with many stakeholders, and we address exactly this problem. At the last forum last month, the Austrian Wood Initiative was also the subject of debate, and we discussed these fields of problems. We depend on, of course, the requirements by the European Union, so we recognize this conflict, protecting versus utilizing. What we want to achieve with our law is that we no longer, or that we don't use more than we can grow. We don't have this acute problem, but the problem will arise when we use more than we can grow. But this is a conflicting objective, of course, and it is about striking the right balance, really. Currently, we still have enough timber on stock in order to avoid this conflict. What about the situation in France, Mr. Lejeune? Did Mr. Lejeune disappear? All right, then let me move on. Another aspect that has been mentioned today, rewarding services to the environment and the ecosystem by forests. This is a current debate in Germany, and Mr. Rappold, is the same discussion going on in Austria?
The question is, the payment for forest ecosystem services is being discussed in Germany. Is this also something you're considering?
Thank you very much for the question. I would say that I believe that this discussion is stronger in other parts of Europe than in Sweden. It is, of course, there in the debate, but it's not a main topic of the debate currently, no.
Herr Rappold, wie ist das bei Ihnen?
Mr. Rappold, what about you? Well, of course, it is an ongoing discussion, and going down from the European level, of course, we have discussed this reward scheme regarding biodiversity and environmental protection, but also resilience against disasters. We have the Alps and mountains, and of course we have had this debate in this regard. The question is, how do we reward storing carbon in the environment? And this debate has arrived in Austria, of course. Given the uncertainties, it has been addressed. Uncertainties regarding damaged timber and so on. It is about ensuring that we have a long-term storage of carbon. But of course, we might have storms, and then this carbon storage no longer exists. So we face certain troubles regarding the establishment of this concept in Austria. We need to also take the discussions in Europe at European level into account. Currently, we have our reservations regarding this approach. Oh, Mr. Lejeune has rejoined us. Yes, maybe I'll repeat the question for Mr. Lejeune. I didn't know if he heard it. Rewarding ecosystem services of forests, a topic that is discussed in Germany. Is it also a topic of debate in France? Yes, it is. We have large amounts of stocks of timber, and in construction we use softwood timber mainly. So the challenge for us is, well, to look at hardwood timber and to increase the share of hardwood timber in construction. But carbon storing, of course, is a topic that is being discussed. As Mr. Rappold said, we are also bound by EU provisions. Hence, well, I do believe that we don't have a lot of scope for action. We need to increase the use of hardwood, but of course we look towards the EU for different regulations. One quick question. Could you please keep the screens stable so I can better look at our speakers? I will continue with my questions that I have here. We have representatives from 3 different countries here today. We heard their presentations. The question is, what can we learn from each other? What can you learn from each other?
What can we learn from each other? Herr Rappold.
Mr. Rappold, would you like to start? Mr. Rappold, your microphone seems to be muted. Okay. What can we learn from each other was the question. What has inspired you or impressed you when you heard your colleagues from Sweden or France? Well, we can learn a lot, of course. In the past, we have seen that in other sectors, our forest policy at EU and international level, climate policy, and so on. What hasn't been as developed is forest, or rather timber or wood policy. I think there are countries that do forest and wood policy in some fields, but not as much. And we see that there are synergies we can use. Also at EU level, we need to establish this policy. We see these countries, also Germany or Finland, not present today. Well, I do believe that it is in the interest of forests themselves to learn from each other. Take, for example, research. There is a lot of money invested in research in the forest sector. We all face the same questions. So it is about really using synergies in the best way possible and also sharing knowledge. Mr. Lejeune? Well, the forestry sector has been, well, accelerated in a way because we consider it a sector of the future. As I said in my presentation, currently there is a big program of large buildings, skyscrapers in a way, and the objective is to use the Olympic Games, the Olympics, as a way to show what is possible with wood-based construction. Everything is supposed to be wood-based. Now we need to switch to more efficient approaches. We also want to use the potential of sawmills. We want to expand them. And we need the engineering of wood products. In order to do that, we still have some ground to cover compared to our colleagues from Austria and Sweden. I think you are doing a bit better. You have many things already established. Our production in France is still weak, but it is accelerating. And we have a large stock of Douglas firs that we can now use. Mr. Andersson?
Thank you very much for the question. I think there are two parts of this question. We have the policy aspect of it, and then we have the sort of implementation work, so in the forest aspect of it. And on the policy side, of course, I think we have a lot to learn, just to exchange on each other's strategies on the policy being developed. We're all facing, well, partly different, but also very much the same challenges, issues. Some issues are truly European. I'm talking about climate. I'm talking about rural development, innovation, and you mentioned, and we've all addressed the European Green Deal and what is going on in Brussels. So I think there we have, of course, very much to learn from each other, and I think we are. I'm also Sweden's representative in the Working Party on Forestry in Brussels, and I mean, the German presidency in the EU last fall was, of course, excellent. And I think we had a lot of very good exchanges on the work on the Council conclusions on the future EU forest strategy. We are, of course, anticipating the French presidency next year. So I think there are many possibilities and areas to discuss, to learn from each other, and between the member states develop common answers where there are common answers to be found. Then, of course, looking at the ground, we are also facing similar challenges in our forests. And I'm talking about the bark beetle, not least. We are all facing the effect of climate change, storms, fires, excessive pests. And there we can really learn from each other, sharing best practices. I mean, we know that the Central Europe is even heavier plagued than us by the bark beetle. So of course we have tremendously much to learn from each other. And I also want to make the case for the Forest Europe process, which is also a very important process on the policy side, where to share best practices, knowledge to develop policies on a voluntary basis, and that's an enormously important platform as well. So, yeah, that was the long answer. The short answer is yes, we have a lot to learn from each other.
Thank you very much. I have another concrete question from Lena Egg, and I start with you, Mr. Andersson. What are your views on high fossil countries wanting to use your forest for climate compensation? They'll be losing opportunities for substitution.
That's a very good question, and I think it's a question that that probably will be discussed more. And I think I've talked a lot about balance there before, but from the Swedish side, it's quite clear that, I mean, the forest is a carbon sink, but it is also equally important a source of substitution of CO2 intensive materials. So we cannot just have one aspect there. We need to have both perspective.
Okay, ich weiß nicht, ob
I don't know if you, Mr. Lejeune or Mr. Rappold, would like to intervene again on this question. No, I can see them shaking their heads. And another specific question before we conclude. Where do we find the necessary raw materials for the bioeconomy or biorefinery?
Raw material for bioeconomy, biorefinery come from?
If I may start, please. Yes, please. Brilliant. Thank you. For Austria, one thing is clear. Sustainability is the bedrock for us. It is our pledge. We know where we can see growth, where we can use opportunities, where we have 4 million additional timber in our national stock. And we need to put everything in this framework. We also know, and we have seen over the last couple of years, that we have seen larger amounts of damaged timber. We need alternatives. We need alternative utilization opportunities for the raw material of timber. It will also always be in the interest of cascading use to look at energetic utilization. So I think it is implied that the energetic use, well, that is not really a question for Austria at the moment. Right. What is the current situation in France and Sweden? So our sawmills always face difficulty finding a market for their byproducts. Recycling is becoming ever more important, and timber is also affected by recycling. For example, paper. So the chipboard industry is using an ever-decreasing amount of timber. Also, the pulp industry is using less and less. So currently, the bioeconomy is not facing a huge demand. It will take maybe another 5 or 10 years so that there will be pressure. But at the moment, we have a large amount of stocks, and we are not facing difficulty at the moment, and we don't foresee any over the next couple of years regarding the supply.
Thank you very much. I think the often heard expression circular bioeconomy is one answer to the question. Of course, you know, we will have to develop a circular bioeconomy, and what that is not for me to in detail give an answer to. That would take too much time. But I also think that innovation is a key aspect here. I think that we are using our the raw material that we get from, for example, our forests in one way today. I think that it is only the imagination that adds sort of a limit to what I think that we potentially could do in the future. So I really want to emphasize innovation, new innovative products as a part of the answer to the question. Thank you.
So almost at the end from the discussion, I want to ask you, after 4 years, Charta für Holz, what are your wishes? Maybe Mr. Andersson, you can start.
That I will get invited again to this lovely event. No, I think that this is an excellent initiative for 2 reasons, for several reasons, but mainly for 2 reasons. I think that the debate that you enable by this initiative is really excellent. And I think that debate is absolutely necessary, both from the point of view of sharing experiences, but also to connect interests from various countries, sectors perhaps. So I really think that such platforms will be encouraged and can continue in the future, because certainly society needs platforms to discuss issues like this. Thank you very much.
Mhm. Herr Lejeune und
Mr. Lejeune, Mr. Rappold. Yes, I can only agree with that. We want to join the next charter, and we might want to prepare a bit better next time. The exchange of best practices is for us very important, and we would be delighted to be part of the next charter and the next event. I can congratulate you again on the charter. You are a pioneer. You are paving the way within Europe, and many countries are only starting to develop strategies and programs for this sector. So you are a pioneer because you've been doing this for a couple of years, and you have been doing great work. And I wish you all the best. Keep up the good work and continue this charter. It is good that you are reuniting stakeholders from Europe as well. Thank you for your encouraging words, and thank you for your contributions too.
Und Herr Rappold, ich glaube, Sie hatten es gesagt, wir haben kein...
There was no representative from Finland, as you said, Mr. Rappold, but we will have an afternoon session after the break, and Dr. Mark Palai will be with us from Finland. So if you have time, feel free to join us after at the discussion. And thank you, all the best to you. We are now during our short break to cool down a bit, and we will resume at 3:20.
And to the final discussion for this event under the headline, The Use of Wood in Times of Climate Change, Opportunities and Limits from the Point of View of Policymakers, Researchers and Consumers. And I want to introduce the panel, and I start with the women, and I say a very warm welcome to Silvia Melegari. She is Secretary General of the European Organization of the Sawmill Industry and the European Confederation of Woodworking Industries in Brussels. Hello. And also a very warm welcome to Lena Eck. She is chair of the FTP board, Forest-Based Sector Technology Platform, Brussels. Hello to you. She is missing. I can't see her, but she will join, I think, in a few minutes. So I say also welcome back to Dr. Eva-Ursula Müller, Director General for Forestry, Sustainable and Renewable Resources at the Federal Ministry of Food and Agriculture, Berlin. Very warm welcome to you. And I also announce now Christian Holzleitner, Head of Unit Climate Strategy, Governance and Emissions from Non-Trading Sectors at the European Commission, Brussels. Welcome to you. And I say also welcome to Dr. Mark Palahi. He is Director of the European Forest Institute in Finland, and last but not least, Professor Hans-Joachim Schellnhuber, German climatologist, founder and former director of the Potsdam Institute for Climate Impact Research. So at first I have a question to all of you, and this is, what are the biggest challenges in your point of view? So let's start.
Ladies first.
Anybody in particular supposed to start, or should we all speak at the same time?
Sorry, I didn't get this. I couldn't hear it, but I think somebody should start. Frau Eck?
Okay, I'll be happy to start. Can you hear me?
Yeah, a little bit.
Okay.
Just please start. Maybe the other ones can hear you. I take the other.
You asked about opportunities and limits as of wood as a raw material from a policy perspective. I think there's a tremendous opportunity in using wood in the face of climate change. And I think the reasons are very clear. They have been talked about many times before. Wood that comes from sustainably managed forests is good because the forests themselves are a big carbon sink. They store a lot of CO2. But the wood itself also stores CO2, and you have the substitution effect. So you have a triple win situation, actually, if you use wood from sustainably managed forests. And this is something that we should, as policymakers, support and encourage. And in fact, we are doing this in the ministry. We are currently working with the ministry in charge of construction on a promotion initiative for wood construction. It's an innovation initiative. And we are also, as a ministry, providing financial support. I mentioned that this earlier this morning through our COVID-19 stimulus program to wood construction. On the other hand, there are limitations, and we talked about that already this morning. We're seeing significant disturbances in normal wood supplies at the moment because of the severe climate change related damages to our forests in the past years. And the extreme weather events we had in Germany and the insect attacks have led to an oversupply of damaged wood, and as a consequence to a collapse of the price forest owners receive for their raw timber. On the other hand, wood is a traded good, and there's a very strong demand currently from the US and China that has led to price increases for construction timber and finished products, and increased timber exports and shortages of construction material in the local market. And that, of course, affects wood construction significantly. And not only do we have shortages, but the increased prices will make construction with wood more expensive, at least in the short and medium term. What we can do as a ministry is limited. We can provide financial support. We have provided quite a lot of financial support to forest owners to help them clear the wood out of their forests and get it to the sawmills. But their capacities are limited, and also the sawmill capacities are limited, and they're already working over their capacities. We have also had roundtable discussions with all the actors from the sector, from the forest sector, from the wood sector, to discuss together what kind of solutions we could find to this currently very difficult situation. There are no easy solutions, though, because the easiest solution might be an export stop, but that's not an easy solution either. So, and then we have another limitation that is that in the long term, the composition of our forests will be different from what it is now, which will also affect the availability of wood for different uses. We are trying to build more climate resilient forests that will have a different structure, that will have a mixed structure with more broadleaf species. And our wood industry will have to adapt to the situation because they are used to working with conifers, and we will not have the same availability of spruce that we've had all these years. So what we can do from the policy side here is to support research and development, and especially supporting research on innovative products and uses, use of wood from broadleafed species, and so on. And the third point is that we need to work towards significantly enhancing the efficiency of all the wood production processes. And that means further implementation and also optimization of the cascading use of wood. That means also considering the whole entire value chain, ranging from harvested wood to sawmill products to wood-based panels, pulp and paper, and new biorefinery processes. This is all, I think, in line with EU policies on the bioeconomy and the circular economy, and also with our own national bioeconomy strategy. And to end, I would also like to say that we very much welcome the initiative of Professor Schellnhuber and also Ursula von der Leyen's European Bauhaus initiative, because I think this is really an innovative way forward, and that's what we need. Thank you.
Thank you too. So I got the information that Mr. Schellnhuber wants to add.
Thank you very much, and actually I can directly follow up on what Dr. Müller just said. The situation in principle is very clear. We have, as you said, a triple win situation. So for 40 years we have searched for a silver bullet in the climate domain, and actually sustainable use of timber for construction, sustainable forestry is actually the silver bullet. But I have seen two transformations before, you know, the power generation, the renewable energies, and now in the mobility sector. And in both cases, it was very hard to move this thing forward because the debate immediately gets polarized. Then you have the radical opinions on both sides. So for sustainable forestry and construction, you have on the one hand the fundamentalists in the nature protection movement who say, now we have almost wrecked the forest, now put a fence around them and leave them alone and wait for a century and nature will help itself, which is true, but we don't have the time to just sit and wait. And there are the others who still think we can go on with short-term profits only. So to squeeze out everything that is possible from the forestry sector. And we need to co-manage both things. It's demand and supply. It is a co-transformation of the forestry sector in a sustainable way under climate change conditions. And it's a transformation of the built environment, which has for many, many years used very climate hostile materials, concrete and steel and plastic and glass and aluminium and so on. So in a way, it is the transformation towards a new way of settling on Earth. It's like that. It's a great, great transformation that is needed. So let's try to keep the radicals and the ideologists at bay and try to organize a rational discourse. And here I look to the European Commission, of course, I look to the various ministries, I look to EFI, I look to the big associations. We all need to join forces in order to organize a rational debate. And then I'm sure this debate will be extremely fruitful and will be a decisive factor in stabilizing the climate.
Thanks. This transformation is also important for the industry, and I got the information Silvia Melegari wants to add.
Yes, indeed. Thank you. You have mentioned this challenge, and forest protection might represent a challenge. Forest protection is very high in the agenda of the EU Commission. But from who and from what do we need to protect our forests? Forests are under pressure due to climate change. It was mentioned several times during the event today, the bark beetle propagation, but we also have other natural calamities like the Vaia storm who happened in Italy. And when we tackle the forest disturbances, we often, or how to protect the forest, we often forget also that the economic value of forest. This aspect is completely underestimated or sometimes not even taken into account. Let's think about what happened in the last year to the bark beetle. Savage logging was necessary and processing damaged wood has been essential. But unfortunately, it was recalled several times, the wood processing industry was not big enough to process the large quantities of wood that was put on the market. And this quantity have been exported outside Europe. This was necessary. If we want to look at some number, the export of Germany, it's the country that is hosting this country, has been increased in the first quarter of 2021 of 105% compared to the same period of the previous year. Exporting, I want to underline, was essential because we do not have enough capacity in Europe, but also because we do not process this kind of wood. So I'm very happy that today here with us there is Lena from the technology platform of the FBI, because R&D plays a fundamental role in wood promotion and in the wood utilization. We need to invest much more in new wood application for different kind of wood species that so far were not used, but also find a new application for a use of this bark beetle damage that our industry did not process. And then just because you mentioned about the challenge of the future, I would like to tackle also two other points. We need to create a favorable condition for the competitiveness of the woodworking industry in Europe. But in doing so, we need to look also at what is happening in other markets. I need to mention the logs ban that Russia will put in place in 2022. This will trigger some unintended shortage in the wood supply in Europe. It's very likely because somehow Europe will be surrounded by countries who have in place logs ban. But this is not the only example. We also have Turkey, who has announced an export ban on MDF and OSB that are material essential for the furniture production, and they are also wood-based product. So it's very important that we do not only focus in what is happening in Europe, but we also carefully monitoring what is happening outside of Europe, and we create favorable conditions in order to avoid market distortion that will reduce the competitiveness of our industry, like is the case of Turkey, or will reduce wood availability in Europe, like it might happen with Russia. Thank you.
Yeah, thank you too. And now I would like to include Lena Eck and Christian Holzleitner and Dr. Mark Palahi in our discussion. Please take the chance.
Yes, thank you very much. And hello, Professor Schellnhuber. A couple of years since we met last time.
We last met when I received the Volvo Prize in Stockholm. Under your guidance. Thank you.
That was a nice evening.
Okay.
Speaking for the FTP, but also as a member of the global board of the PEFC, what I'm concerned about is that in the current forestry discussion, there is very little about substitution. And I'm very happy that that's been one of the topics today. If we look at the outcome from 4 Swedish universities that looked at the climate benefits with the growing forests and adding substitution, we can see that substitution means 3 or 4 times as much as even a healthy growing forest that has been planted in the right way, managed in the right way, and cut in the right time. And especially worrying is this, of course, when we look at what the Commission is doing in, for example, the taxonomy, where substitution is not counted, but from a climate perspective, it is so extremely important. And also the way Horizon has been constructed is very little on this huge area. And I totally agree with Professor Schellnhuber on the importance of using this tool when it comes to climate mitigation. And so we need a lot of research, and we also need a lot of information on where the technological front is right now. there has been a revolution in forestry management, but also in the industry, say for the last 10 years or something. Now we look at the cubic meter fiber as a Russian doll. You can take out one thing after the other. And it's even if we have like cutting and you make sawn goods and you build houses, then you take all the remains and put them into biorefinery and you get paper. And when you boil the fiber, you skim off the tall oil, that becomes a green fuel. And in Södra, where I'm the chair of the board, it's a cooperative with 53,000 family forestry members. We also take out the methanol with the world patent on how to clean it and continue like this. Green electricity, district heating and cooling, a lot of bases for chemical products like glue or paint. And this continues. So there's a sort of overlap now between the chemical industry and the forest or forestry industry in this way. And we see the same thing when we look at packaging and the new materials that are developed. Batteries is coming in, the possibility for surgery, for spare parts for humans even. All this is coming in, and all this is neglected in the taxonomy proposal. And it really hurts when, as me, I've been in forestry and sustainability and for decades. And I was one of the main negotiators for REACH when I was a member of the European Parliament. And I think one of the challenges today is that decision makers isn't aware of the extremely fast development when it comes to substitution and new products. And I think we can see this in the biodiversity report that was voted yesterday. I think we can see it in the horizon. I think we can see it also, and by far the most, in the taxonomy. And I think we have in our hands the possibility to answer a lot of the global challenges that humanity has to find answers to really quick. Mm-hmm. So for me, if we could work more with science, if we could work more with information on the technology front, I think we could look positive on this. And there's even possibilities to make products out of the destroyed trees from the bark beetle with new methods. So I think it is, and we should do it in Europe, mm-hmm. in our own countries.
Okay.
It creates jobs and social development as well.
Okay, now Christian Holzleitner, please.
Yes, hi, good afternoon. Yeah, I wanted to start off also with praising all the possibilities that we have in the bioeconomy, but now I think I also have to a little bit answer on the biodiversity aspects and to really see the full picture what we are doing here in the Commission and how we want to set the right incentives to have both a sustainable production as well as a sustainable use of wood, and we want to push on both levels. So, and I think this is also why we wanted to be more ambitious with the taxonomy. But let me start with the bigger picture from the climate policy. Our big goal is to make Europe climate neutral by 2050. Mm-hmm. So this means, on balance, in 2050, we don't want to emit any more greenhouse gases. So this means, of course, on the one hand, we need to phase out all the fossil fuels. And this is what we are doing with our proposals for more ambitious emission trading. And of course, this opens up, of course, a lot of possibilities for substitute products. On the other hand, for 2050, we need a very sustainable bioeconomy. Because if you think about climate policy in 2050, it will be about the bioeconomy. What will we have left in terms of emissions? We will have the emissions from the production of food, from fertilizers, from livestock. And we need to balance that with the carbon removals that we have in our soils, in our forests, and in the harvested wood products. And this we need to push. We need to make more sustainable. And as also said before, biomass will in 2050 become a very valuable resource as a feedstock. And we also want to have a more sustainable use of those products. And of course, long-lived woody construction material is a prime example of what we should do best with the valuable parts of a tree. So currently we have a carbon intake, carbon storage of 260 million euros per year. That we want to increase to around 300 million tons in 2030. And then if we look into a 2050 perspective, we will probably talk about 400 or 500 million euro tons. And that there are measures that we can do in the forests, in the soils, like through agroforestry. We will come out with our forest strategy, where we have the ambition to plant an additional 3 billion trees, but also through moving to a more long-term sustainable use of the wood products. And for example, with the Innovation Fund, which is financed from the revenues of the emission trading system, we are looking at such projects, and we are already getting now some that really look at, for example, making wood products that are as stable and strong as steel. So there are a lot of possibilities in there, also looking at bioenergy with carbon capture and storage and so on. But I think what we need to look at is that we also keep biodiversity in this, that we keep the livelihood of the rural regions and create there more new income options for the bioeconomy.
Thanks to you. And now Dr. Mark Palahi, please.
Thank you very much. A pleasure to be with all of you here today. So I think everything has been said already. So maybe I try to synthesize a bit and contextualize. First of all, the decade that is starting, we need to put the basis for a post-fossil economy. I think this is clear for everybody. And in this decade also, we are going to face an unprecedented forest situation that can be characterized by two fundamental structural changes or impacts. First of all, climate change and natural disturbances are going to have an unprecedented impact in our forests. And we are seeing already that, and it has been discussed during today. This is one. The second factor is that forestry and the forest-based sector is also going to face unprecedented opportunities related to its potential to provide renewable low-carbon solutions. Remember that 30%, industry is responsible for 30% of the greenhouse emissions, especially linked to the production of bulk materials like plastics, petrochemicals, cement, and steel. And wood is the most versatile renewable material that we have to decarbonize sectors like construction, textiles, packaging, and also the production of new materials like nanocellulose. Remember that 2 years ago, the first car entirely made of nanocellulose was unveiled in Japan. It's a material 6 times stronger than steel, but 6 times lighter. So I think there is an ongoing revolution there. And I think one of the biggest challenges that we are facing is to see that bioeconomy and biodiversity are not opposing each other. Basically, they are the two sides of the same coin. They need each other. Why? A bioeconomy will not succeed unless we make strong investments on biodiversity in order to enhance the adaptability of our forests, make them resilient to climate change. So it is on the interest of the forest-based sector to invest on biodiversity and adaptation. But the opposite is also true. We are not going to address the challenge of biodiversity in Europe and globally unless we use the traction of the forest-based sector to place biodiversity at the heart of the investment and economic agenda. This means that forest owners, managers, and the industry with the right incentives can be the ones leading biodiversity measures. And I think this is the trick of the future policies and strategies, to connect biodiversity and bioeconomy with the right incentives and the right policy incentives.
Okay, thank you so far. Now I have the problem that I have a lot of questions here in my notes, and I also have a lot of questions from the audience. And I like to take at first the questions from the audience. And the first one is going to Professor Schellnhuber. It's from Bernhard Wern from EZES. He asked, currently 85% of the heat is fossil. Isn't it better to make process heat partly renewable and use wood for the transition period until the hydrogen economy can replace everything?
Okay, now I'm happy to respond to that, and maybe then I will also take the liberty to make a comment on what the other panelists just said. But first of all, I'm not sure whether hydrogen economy is really the future. I'm very skeptical about that. Actually, hydrogen is very good for certain applications, but the energy efficiency is very low. I think we can do everything when it comes to energy, in particular power, with renewable energy. I see actually that solar energy will win the race, except in a few places. We've done all the studies, the global analysis. It's clear harvesting the sun in the end, in the direct way, is the best way forward for our civilization. Now, harvesting the sun in an indirect way, that is precisely what trees are doing. Yeah? But it's called photosynthesis. It's not very efficient, just 1%, but we do it for free, actually. And we provide so many other services for us, as has been said by Mark Palahi and by Mr. Holzleitner and so on, biodiversity, the water cycle, and so many other things, soil enhancement. So the only thing is that, and when I come to this question of sort of heat and so on, which was asked by the audience, but let me emphasize that our level of ambition is not big enough yet. When we talk about, and I've just been part of a co-authored a paper which looked at 440 scenarios for keeping global warming below 1.5 degrees. You know, that is our ambition. And it turns out none of these scenarios is delivering the right thing. They all have huge negative emissions from BECCS, for example, and so on. I do not believe in that. We can do negative emissions by doing sustainable forestry, not just in Europe, all over the world, and then store it in a long-term way by creating lots of values by timber construction, many other things, the things Lena Eck has just mentioned and others have mentioned, but we need to be much more ambitious. When I hear we will increase from 200 to 300 or 500, that's not enough. We have to create a huge global carbon sink. And finally, when it comes to heat and so on, wood is such a fantastic material. It took nature 500 million years to invent this type of material. It's the most advanced in the world. It's just not good to burn it. This can be the end of a long, long cascade. But in principle, we should use it in a way that stores the carbon content. Let's build our cities from atmospheric CO2. It's a fantastic opportunity. But we have to scale it. We have to use all the innovation, cross-laminated timber. We have so many opportunities now. It's an innovation revolution based on natural innovation. So I call it sometimes forward to nature. High tech needs to meet no tech, so to speak.
Very interesting. Then I want to spend some minutes now to the part of research and development, and especially I want to ask Lena Eck and Dr. Palahi, which research topics do you think are actually most urgent?
I think, if I may start.
Yeah.
I think in many countries, it's how you manage the forests sustainably and get the utmost out of it. Just now, we have a lot of voices saying that we should not touch the forest, but that is really a backward thinking, because rotting forest then reverses the the CO2 or the coal cycle and emits methane instead. The thing is to grow as good as we can with biodiversity and cut it in the right time, and that differs between different countries. So one size fits all for the European countries is really old-fashioned thinking. With all the technology we have, we should have the possibility to use the conditions of every country at its best. I think here is a lot when it comes to planting, to plants, how you manage the forest, how you combine it with biodiversity. That is an area that really Europe is not spending money on. The second thing I would say is new materials and substitution. There are so many, I mean, there are 10,000 substances in a tree or more. And we've just started to see what we can do. And I agree, the first and best thing is buildings. That is the best results. But then with all the other side streams that you get, you can do other things. And it's possible. I think if I may take the Swedish example, our forest has grown in more than 100 years because we introduced the replanting legislation 1903. Every year except the great storm year, it has grown. And at the same time, Sweden has developed a world-famous industry in this area. And if you look at the plants that we have, or industrial plants that we have in Södra, they are already climate neutral. Our industry is climate neutral. Our transports will be climate neutral in 10 years' time. Our members' forests are growing, and we are developing new products every day. The latest thing is to combine dissolving paper pulp from birch and reuse cotton and make a blend of it. Excellent textile material. So there's a lot of things to do, but please let us use our forests in a smart way. Just let them stand as in a museum is not good for anything, not even for biodiversity, because it will be dark on the ground, and then you would have the Christmas trees all over and nothing else. So sustainable forestry and new products.
Mm-hmm. Dr. Palay?
Yes, thank you. Well, long list I could give you, but if we start with some of the challenges that were mentioned today, we need to understand better the impacts of climate change in our forest ecosystems and the potential tipping points. I think the risky thing or the dangerous thing of climate change is not what we know, but what we don't know. For example, look at Canadian managed forests. For the last 20 years, they have been sources of carbon and not sinks. Why? The impacts of natural disturbances. So I think we need to understand all this better and consider that we are not talking about a linear, simple system. It's very complex, so we need to be aware of potential tipping points. Then what do we do to address the situation? Adaptive forest management measures. Dr. Müller already mentioned we need to start learning which tree species will be occupying different parts of Europe and how these tree species will have an impact on the forest industry, which uses we can have. This means investments in innovation, on broadleaves and other things. We need to learn to do more with less, so investments in efficiency on the use of wood. Mm-hmm. Then we need to move to the market level. There is a huge gaps in research on global wood markets. And we need to understand much better emerging markets and what will be the role of wood-based products in textile markets, new biomaterials, building construction. So this requires a lot of cross-sectorial interdisciplinary research. Just to give you an example, and this is related to what Professor Schellnhuber mentioned. Africa is harvesting 54% more wood than in the EU. But the value of what they are producing with that wood is 20 times less. Why? Because 90% of the wood harvested in Africa goes for very low efficient energy, around 700 million cubic meters. If we would just provide alternatives like solar energy, which in Africa would be fantastic, to replace just half of these 700 million cubic meters, we could address half of the demand of housing in Africa with that remaining wood, or we could cover half of the textile market globally. So imagine what we could do if we would be able to provide alternatives. So research in the future needs to be very much cross-sectorial and transnational to be able to see all these potential opportunities.
Mm-hmm. Before I give the next question,
why the situation in Canada is like it is, it's because they haven't managed their forest. No one took care of the bark beetle when it came. No regulation on replanting until only very last years, and huge areas left without management. And it looks for someone that is born and bred and worked with forestry in the Nordic countries like I. Visiting the Canadian forests, it's a very sad experience, actually.
Mm-hmm. Before I give the next question to General Director Ursula Müller, I would like, for the last time, invite you, dear ladies and gentlemen, to write your questions in the chat because our time is running out. So use your chance. Ursula Müller, you mentioned that the Charter for Wood is a political instrument, and my question is such dialogue process enough, or do we need stronger political initiatives?
Okay, now the microphone is on. Thank you. Well, indeed, it is a political process, and I think its impact should not be underestimated because it's just a political process. It's a dialogue process and brings together different actors from the public and private sector to discuss, exchange knowledge on issues related to wood. It also generates new knowledge, it creates awareness and leads to more coordinated and concerted action. And it makes a significant contribution to communicating the potential of wood to decision makers and multipliers. Having said this, of course, a dialogue is not enough, even though we see an impact, we see concrete outcomes, but policy has a variety of instruments at its disposal. For example, incentives, funding in order to generate a steering effect and get the necessary transformations that we need through this steering effect. Research has already been mentioned, and policy can help through funding and supporting the right targeted research that is needed. We are currently, with our Ministry of Economic Affairs and Energy and the Ministry of Interior, Building and Community, are currently working on a very interesting set of criteria for a so-called sustainability class in the context of the promotion of energy efficient buildings. And I think this will also be a big step forward because for the first time, the so-called gray energy, and that means the energy that is needed to produce construction materials, will be taken into account in these criteria. And I think this is very good news to begin with, because the gray energy of wood products is quite low compared to other materials. But it's also, I think, a very important step in the right direction in terms of raising awareness and helping the consumers, the builders, the architects make more informed decisions about which materials they use. And the last point is laws, of course, laws and regulations. Mm-hmm. And while I think we may not need necessarily new laws on this, it would already help if we revised our laws and regulations on building codes, for example. As I said earlier, in many of our states, the building codes are really outdated and they need to be adapted and updated. So I think these are some of the things that need to happen in addition to the dialogue process.
Okay, now I want to take again a question from the audience, and it's Bo Casal from the Fraunhofer Institute, which asked, I think, very important question. He asked, can we solve the environmental problems without addressing poverty, unequal distributions of resources and wealth, and overpopulation? So it's for all of you.
If I may start, it's. I think this is a very valid question. Having spent, I think I've participated in 14 UN climate negotiations in different roles, and in Warsaw, South African minister, and when I was a minister for environment for Sweden, were UN negotiators to get the whole package through, and it's impossible. We have to see to that all the SDGs, the UN Sustainable Development Goals, are in the same, are moved forward. We need the acceptance from people, both for addressing climate change, mitigation, adaptation, all of it. And it's also, climate change is also a very social problem. Mm-hmm. I think Indira Gandhi said in her first international speech ever at the Stockholm 1972 Environment Conference, UN Environment Conference, that poverty is the worst pollution. And I think there's a lot of it in this. And when we look at, for example, for forestry, if we look at the European countries and the areas in our countries that needs regional development, forestry and the management of forest is extremely important. It provides the livelihood for a lot of families. Only in Sweden, I mean, a huge country with a very small population, is 330,000 families depending on the forests that they own. And I think this has been, it's the same in every country. So we have to look at both, all of the cornerstones of the SDGs, the economic, the social, and the environment in a combination. And it's perfectly possible, for example, by building better housing in
Mm-hmm. Who wants to add his opinion?
Okay.
Professor Schellnhuber?
Yeah, right. No, I think it's an extremely important question. So I have two remarks on that. One is that, yes, we are talking about the European Green Deal and forest strategy and so on. But let's face it, the battle against global warming, but also the battle for preserving biodiversity will be won or lost on the other continents in the end. It is like that, in Africa, in Indonesia, in Brazil, and so on. That's where the big destruction of biodiversity is happening right now. But it is also where, if we build all the planned projects with concrete and steel on these continents, we will just bust the carbon budget we have still left. So Europe can, on the one hand, do something in our own house. We have to keep it clean and we have to make it better, actually. But we can develop models how we can deal better with the forests of this world and how we can transform the built environment. So that's the one thing. The other thing is, I don't think overpopulation is really a problem. That is a myth in a way. Africa is still less populated than Europe is. If there is an overpopulated continent, it's Europe actually. But the problem is that if we have a mineral-based world economy, then it's very unjust. It does not provide opportunities for many people in this world. I do believe, and I've looked into that in various places, I think that a bio-based economy is providing much better opportunities for most people in the world. So I've seen in Ethiopia, for example, reforestation has provided new livelihoods, of course. So people who have to ask, to beg actually for relief from Europe or North America now can make their own living actually. So I think the transformation towards bio-based economy is also providing a better opportunity for most people in the world to make a decent living.
Mm-hmm.
Yes, I want to add to Professor Schellnhuber because I think this is a crucial question, and it's not only about poverty, but it's about having a socially fair green transition. Unless we have a socially fair green transition, we will not succeed. And it is very clear that the way biological resources, especially forests, are owned, managed, and distributed in the territory makes it easier to have an inclusive prosperity compared to fossil resources. If you look at the ownership of fossil resources compared to biological resources, the distribution and the management requirements, it is much easier to distribute jobs, prosperity, innovation, infrastructures in the territory. And the forest-based sector in Europe is a good example. The wood-based value chains provide more than 4 million jobs in Europe. These are many times more than the 3 energy-intensive industries of cement, chemicals, and steel together combined. In addition, the forest-based sector includes 400,000 small and medium enterprises in Europe. This is a massive infrastructure to realize the potentials of the Green Deal. So I think this social aspect, which is many times forgotten, is one of the fundamental pillars of that circular bioeconomy.
Silvia Melegari?
Yes, I also would like to add, because you already have received a lot of information about this point, that when it comes to fighting poverty, but also tackling a loss of biodiversity, the European Commission has established 2 very important programs. One is the UTR and the other are the FLECT agreement, under which only legal wood is exported outside country, like, for example, Africa, Malaysia, just to mention it too. And these programs are essential for the local community, really, to establish a valuable value chain, to reduce poverty in the area. So our sector, the European importer, are really contributing in this area that are a little bit more challenging to sustain the population and to preserve biodiversity.
Okay, thank you. I have a next question from the audience, from Dr. Jens Jakob and Irene Seeling from AGDW. They ask, how can the EU biodiversity strategy be reconciled with the demand for a greater use of wood, especially in the construction sector? At first, it should go to Professor Schellnhuber, and then everybody can add.
I should be brief because I think there are better experts than me in this respect. I should just like to remind everybody, we are talking in Germany, for example. I do know the numbers. You have 95% of the forests are managed, and if they are well managed, this is not at odds, as Lena, for example, has said, with biodiversity. Sometimes you need a forest which is less dense, actually, and has more light in order to support certain species. In some places, it's the other way around. But we are talking about 5% maybe of the ecosystems. And leave them alone, of course, you can protect them entirely. But I think 1 square kilometer of primary forest in Ecuador contains more biodiversity than 1,000 square meters in Finland, for example. It is like that. So I think the real biodiversity frontier is in our continents, and it's our consumer behavior that is destroying this biodiversity. So I think here is where we should change our mind. But as I said, there are better experts here on this panel than I am.
Yeah, Frau Müller?
I would say biodiversity and forest management are not mutually exclusive, quite the contrary. And I think there's a lot of biodiversity in managed forests, and you can even integrate biodiversity aspects even stronger into managed forests. We have a European network that's called Integrate. It just does exactly that. And over the past years, they have generated a lot of experience in the forests on how you could do that. So that is actually an approach that does not mean necessarily setting large areas of forests aside for total protection and managing the rest of them for timber production, but you can actually integrate both objectives in many of our managed forests.
Yes, if I can add on that.
Yes.
I think we have in Europe we have enough land to do both. In particular, also with a decreasing share of agricultural land. For example, the rewetting of drained peatlands in certain regions would be an action that's both beneficial for climate as well as for biodiversity. So I wouldn't see the discussion is often very polarized, also here in Brussels, but there are ways to get it together. I think it's also for us as policymakers to have the right incentives there, be it through the common agricultural policy, be it looking into also on the carbon market, carbon removal certificates in such a quality that we can reward that management practices that we want to see. So as I said before, I think it's both about producing the biomass sustainably and using it sustainably.
One very peculiar proposal, a part of the taxonomy proposal, I think is really threatening to biodiversity, and that is the notion of a 30-year biocycle for trees when you are doing the carbon balance reporting, which is said to be done for everyone with 13 hectares and more. And a 30-year cycle for Sweden, that is only the ugliest energy forest you can imagine. Our trees, and in Finland as well, takes like 70, 80, 90, 100 years. And in order to be deemed sustainable in this carbon balance reporting that is included in the taxonomy, there is a 30-year definition, which is so peculiar and will absolutely, for those, it will damage the beautiful forest that we have in the Nordic countries. Mm-hmm. So if there was one plea from this meeting is to remove this part of the taxonomy, it's crazy.
Mm-hmm. Silvia Melegari, you want to add?
Yes, I also have a recommendation regarding biodiversity. It's absolutely necessary to develop criteria. This the industry perfectly understand, but so far no impact assessment has been made in order to understand what there will be the consequences for the industry who are located in the area that it will be appointed as a strictly protected area, old growth forest. And this, it will be absolutely detrimental. We shall not forget that the European wood processing industry, hardwood and softwood, we do not import any wood outside of Europe. So without an impact assessment of how prices will be increased, how will be the wood availability, many micro sawmill will close down, and that will be absolutely detrimental, particularly when the forest will be attacked by bark beetle or natural calamities. Then the only solution after the savage logging, it will be to export. So this is really a recommendation for the member states, for the Commission, for the forest owner, public and private. You need to dialogue with the industry. You need to make an impact assessment. You need to understand what there will be the consequences for the industry before taking any decision, before to implement any legislation. Thank you.
Okay. Before we start the final round, because our time is running out, I have one more question from the audience to Dr. Müller. The question from Dr. Andreas Steffen from Simpelkamp is, what importance does the ministry place on the development of short rotation plantations, means agroforestry in Germany, in terms of their material and energetic use?
I think agroforestry has a lot of potential, and in Germany it's really not very well developed. There have been some experiences with these short rotations in agroforestry systems, but it's not something that is common in Germany. And I have been in many countries, and I've seen a lot of agroforestry systems in other countries. And Germany is, I would say, far behind. Agroforestry here in Germany is often seen as part of agriculture, less forestry, but more agriculture, an agricultural system. And the trials that have been made show that, yes, there's a lot of potential to produce biomass, also for energy production and that agroforestry systems have other benefits. But the opposition is also quite strong because if you introduce trees into agricultural landscapes, that definitely changes the way you manage those landscapes. So from our perspective, there is a big potential. And I think now with the new Common Agricultural Policy of the EU and the discussions that are going on about that, and also in the context of the discussions on climate change and the need to have more carbon storage in trees, increase the carbon sink through forests, agroforestry provides a very good option and should be supported more than it currently is.
Okay, thank you very much. Now we have to go in the final round, and I want to ask you for your vision for the near future, means 1 year ahead, if we go to the next Charter of Wood dialogue. So maybe you can give us a short answer, because we have 5 minutes for 6 people. Who likes to start? Mr. Holzleitner?
Look, I can start. We have some very clear deliverables on our side. On 14th of July, we will come with our Fit for 55 proposals. That will include our proposals on the land use sector. So what is our expectations for better carbon removals? We will also come forward with a simplified accounting framework, with a better use of digital technologies with remote sensing, so to give really the right incentives to the member states. And that we want to follow up in December with a communication on carbon removals, on carbon farming. How can we bring better incentives to the farmers and foresters so that we can reward better those that adopt more climate-friendly practices, be it through the Common Agricultural Policy, be it through private carbon markets.
Next one, please.
I can follow up. I mean, because when the others have more time to think about it. But I'm not a member of any party, but I have a political wish actually for Germany in this case. Of course, I hope that the new European Bauhaus develops very well and thrives and becomes a very important agent actually for the discourse in Europe. But at the German level, at the national level, I hope we are having national elections in September. And so far, for example, the built environment doesn't have a real home in the various ministries. It's just a small part of a ministry for the interior. For example, before it was with mobility and it was with environment. But I think it's a key ministry for the future in every country actually in Europe. So I envisage a ministry for sustainable land use, actually, which includes forestry, agriculture, but also the built environment, construction. This would be probably the key ministry for the transformation towards sustainability. And I hope very much whatever party is involved, I hope they will actually choose the future by establishing such a ministry.
I can continue.
Thank you.
We have, in Sweden, we have the old Viking graceland that has as much biodiversity as the rainforest. Here, the DG Agri forces farmers to cut down trees because there are too many trees per hectares. I wish that different parts of the Commission would start talking to each other when it comes to these issues. Same with the taxonomy and same with the Fit for 55 package. I hope that the reporting can be lifted from people up to countries when it comes to carbon balance reporting, when it comes to national statistics on total growth, on sustainable cutting level in every country. That is national reporting, I think. I wish that biofuels could be measured by life cycle analysis and not some sort of ad hoc definitions that has been thought up by finance market ministers. So more knowledge, more science, more research, and more cooperation between different DGs in the Commission, and also with the national experts. And we who work daily with forests, we are there. We would gladly answer questions, provide statistics, and help with solving the global challenges that we all face. Thank you.
Silvia Malegari?
Thank you. In addition to what Lena has just said, that I endorse completely, we know that wood really can play a key role in tackling the problem of climate change, particularly in buildings. So in addition of the contribution that the woodworking industry would like to give in the Bauhaus initiative, of which we are also partner, what we would like is that criteria for a robust and transparent carbon accounting method to monitor and verify the emission associated with materials and construction process, including the benefit associated with carbon storage, will be developed at EU level. We know that the Commission is already working on this, DG Clima, and we hope that this instrument will be really an instrument for further promoting the use of wood as construction material. Thank you. Thank you very much.
Dr. Palahi?
Yes, a few wishes. I was thinking a lot, but the first wish is that we hopefully transition from the current linear fossil-based economy towards a circular bioeconomy where life and not consumption is its true engine and its true purpose. And that requires overcoming many of the dichotomies that have characterized the industrial era, the dichotomy between economy and ecology, between rural and urban areas, between bioeconomy and biodiversity. And I also wish that in the future we have a more science-informed debate on forest issues, which has been a topic very polarized in the last years. And I think we have the scientific basis in Europe to provide a science-informed debate in Europe. So I wish that all actors that are responsible will make all possible to do that.
Thank you very much. Dr. Müller?
We are currently adopting a new climate protection law. And that means higher emission reduction targets overall, and it means also for the first time clear targets for the LULUCF sector. And both of these mean to me that forests and wood will have to have a very strong role in the near future, because otherwise we will not be able to achieve these new, very ambitious targets.
Thank you very much to all of you for your information and also for the inspiration. Good luck for the future. Maybe we see next year. And now I'm switched to German again because I want to give the resume to Dr. Müller. Ja, wir gehen jetzt wieder zurück ins Deutsche.
We hand over to Dr. Müller again in German. So, Dr. Eva-Ursula Müller, you have the floor for your concluding remarks. Thank you very much. Before I try to sum this event up and look ahead into the future, first of all, I would like to thank you. Thanks to all of those who listened to us attentively throughout the day, especially to those ladies and gentlemen who gave a presentation and any kind of impetus in the discussions. You, Ms. Ehlers, I would like to thank especially for your for hosting this event in the usual successful way, and also, of course, thanks to the interpreters for their patience and their helpful support. And last but not least, a great thank you to the BMEL staff and the technical agency that did great work behind the scenes. Wood counts. This was our proposition and at the same time the motto of today's event. And our objective was to take a look at the potentials of wood, and we also wanted to learn more from each other how these potentials could be supported. the example of wood-based construction and the idea of the European Bauhaus were presented by Professor Schellnhuber, and he showed that wood from sustainable forestry is a precondition in order to achieve the long overdue transformation for more climate stewardship in the building sectors. And I believe that this will accompany us in the future. Cities, or using cities and buildings as a carbon sink, replacing materials with a negative life cycle assessment, architecture, the trades, art, and science, bringing all of this together, I believe that this is a great idea that we gladly support. But we also wanted to learn from each other about the importance of forest and wood has as a contribution to climate stewardship, resource conservation, and value creation in Europe and the member states. Are we pursuing the same goals? Which instruments are being used in order to promote existing potentials? What role does politics play at European level, and how could conflicting objectives be solved? It became clear there are conflicting objectives, and they need to be solved in order to do justice, to do the expectations of people justice, and strengthen trust in coherent policy. At European level, the EU forest strategy should be suitable to bring together the legitimate objectives and expectations towards forest management, and the use of wood with the expectations of biodiversity, climate stewardship, etc. And at national level, in Germany, we have the Forest Strategy 2050, which is under development, and we are facing similar challenges. When it comes to subsidiarity, it has proven to tackle challenges and solutions on the ground where they are most relevant. That means close to people and in the forests all across Europe. And I believe, and this has become quite clear today, we must not lose sight of the bigger picture. And we also need to take a look beyond Europe. What we must not do is take an isolated look at our objectives and regions in other parts of this planet. And science also plays a crucial role in such a comprehensive stance and a factual evaluation of cause and effect. Who asks for limiting forest management, of course, always needs to provide alternative solutions in the construction sector, in the packaging sector, to just name some examples. To date, the alternatives are not the conventional materials, and I believe that it does also not help to plead to do without these conventional materials, because wood is a good alternative, maybe the best alternative that we have. For me personally, the discussions and presentations and the dialogue that we had today on the opportunities of the use of wood across national borders were very important. And if we take a look at Europe, at the Green Deal and the European Bauhaus initiative, I believe that these are very good starting points. The network and the dialogue process, such as the Charter for Wood, of course, come to life when we meet face to face and have a personal exchange. And in this regard, I hope that next time we can have such a face-to-face and personal meeting, hopefully, or maybe in a wood-based location, which unfortunately was not possible this year due to the coronavirus pandemic and the virtual format. Thank you very much for your interest, for the fruitful discussions. Stay healthy and see you soon.
Ja, ganz, ganz herzlichen Dank.
Thank you very much, Dr. Müller. And I would also like to thank you for listening attentively. Thanks to the great preparation of this event, there was a lot of work behind the scenes, and the recordings of this event will be made public next week on the website. And I would like to remind you of the virtual excursion tomorrow at 2 p.m. You will be able to take a tour of the wood-based constructions in Berlin. We will now end this event. It was a very hot event due to the temperatures here in Berlin. So thank you very much and see you next time.